It's midnight glory, heartbeat thumping, another story. Green and red, flashing voices loud. Future kings standing on their throne. Checking the charts with their AI. Up we go, reaching for the sky. Every train home never dies. On the edge as the numbers fly. Checking the charts, checking the charts. Midnight glory. Time to re-in-awe, it's blending. Mind on fire, never ending. Dreams of gold, relentless fight. Push on through the endless night. Push on through the endless night. Push on through the endless night.
What's up, everybody? Good morning, beautiful people. Good to see y'all, as always. Looks like Twitter is down this morning. What's up, y'all? Good morning. Good morning. Half day today, but still doing some trades. Got MHP to play with at least. That's going to be there. We won't have liquidity maps this morning. No stock market open. Hello, hello, hello. Morning, you guys. Hold on, let me get logged in here. Morning, legend. Hello. Good to see you guys. All right. Yeah, first and foremost, MHP rejection from the overnight. We're not gonna have liquidity maps today, but it's more just like, you know, plant the trade, hold on, see what happens. Just like it would in the overnight. But the problem is we may not get any action off of it today. I think Twitter is down today. Like, what's going on? No Twitter today. And let me get set up. I gotta open all my stuff now. I just had a 3 contract short in this kind of MHP-ish area. So you got 871, which is, you know, monthly hedge pressure, which is always the resistance when you open below it. You got a better entry. Oh crap, that was set to 2 and I got 7. Oh, whatever, I wanted 5. Oh well. I'll take it. We're on the million challenge. I'm up to 340 whatever thousand it says right there. On the pat there. Pretty nice and clean. Real money account, fully transparent. You guys can watch all the trades, see the history. You know the drill. Took the short in a handful of places last night and just hanging on to it. Looks like we overshot a little bit. Hold on, is there a... Hold on. Have a great week of green trades, everybody. Yes, sir. I agree. I agree. I think we're getting updates on Twitter today. Well, a little drop there. I was like wanting to see that one all night. Yeah, so all night, market open, and then just kind of moseyed along. Hit the MHP, but I don't know what I was doing. I missed that. Like exactly. So I got in a little late. Like exactly at the moment it tapped. But that was like the resistance target I would have like had a better short from. So. But I got in like a little bit after. Like I missed it by like an hour maybe. Just held it all night. Should I have market ordered it? Yeah, probably. The account starts at 100,000. So this account was started just for challenges. This is not my main trading account. I feel like since we're starting to get a lot of popularity from around, I mean, we've been huge on YouTube for a while, but like we're getting a lot more folks peeking at it and they're like, what's going on here? So this isn't my main trading account. This is just a separate account I made just to stream with, and I made it in like November. In November, I started it to do a trading competition with somebody who backed out. So I had this random account sitting there with $100,000 put into it because that was the terms, and the person never showed up. So now with that being said, let me load this up here. I don't want 7 contracts. I just want 5. So in November, I always had this like kind of idea to do this thing for the boot camp, which is called the Random Trading Challenge. Random Trading Challenge was that I would actually pick a random time through ChatGPT, would just choose a random time of the day, and I'm forced to long at that moment, no matter what. I can't back out. I can't not do it. There's all these rules that went with it. But basically, it's a show that even if I don't have control and when I enter and exit, I can still make money trading. That's how good risk management is. And so that challenge went on for like, I don't know, like 3 weeks or something. And the account didn't lose money. It like was basically back to where it started. And I had this sort of, okay, like what we're going to do next. And I was going to do it for a long time, but it was starting to piss people off because people were like, well, come on, I want to see you just do your normal trading. And I'm like, oh, but I wanted to prove something for boot camp and be legendary. So, and I was like, all right. So the community was like, just get back to your normal trading. You've proved your point. And I was like, all right. So now that I proved my point, had $100,000 sitting there. It's like almost December. Everyone's like, okay, what are we gonna do now? And I was like, well, let me just do a 1 million challenge. And then let's just take it to 1 million. And then that's what we're doing now. So starting around late November, we started the challenge to get to 1 million from about that 100K start, just because the account was just sitting there and people were like, let's do something with it. Up 3,200, which is not bad. And I'm basically short, like, you know, a handful of my stuff here. Had 5 contracts from the starting point. I might take profit, which is good. Under drop. So I put like 100, I think 130 or something into the, so December had a little bit of a rocky start because December was just like those crazy days. So I didn't, you know, I just took a couple of hits at the start. The rule of the challenge was from 100K is where you start. So imagine like prop traders, right? Every prop trader you watch is a horrible trader. They fail, they blow up. That's what these prop trading streamers all do. They're all horrible at trading, so they don't trade a real account. They couldn't, right? People are used to watching them trade and blow up and then pay money and reset. And they hide it all from everybody, right? But a reset is what prop traders always do, right? Reset. And so the idea is I'm allowed to reset the account too, you know, because we do real money trading here. And if I was to reset the account, I can actually just pat it back to 100. The idea is not just to go to 100K and then draw down and then crawl out of it forever. You know, it's not worth my time. My actual trading account is, you know, dozens of times larger than these little challenge accounts I'm working with. So the goal is if I fell below 100K, I'm allowed to top it back off to 100. But after 100, I can't add to it. And so that was basically it. And the challenge is, can I 10x the account from 100 to a million? And then normally what I do with my normal trading is I'll have an account, I'll double the size, take half out, double the size, take half out. But this one, I'm beyond doubling the size, I'm not taking half out. So if I had 100 and lose 50 and put 50 back in, but then I made 100, I'd take 100 back out. And so, you know, it keeps controlling the account size. So as I'm making money, I can take some out. As I'm losing money, I can put some back in, but it's not the main trading account. That's the most confusion with most people, is like they just found out about us and like, oh, this guy's $2 million challenge. This is not how much I have to my name. Like I said, my real options account, futures account often contain balances that are dozens of times larger. This is just a spare account that I had sitting there. And people thought it'd be a good idea. But I think it caused more confusion than anything because the space is so full of like prop traders. People haven't seen what real traders do with real money, like ever. Like I can't name a single person maybe other than Rips that's like streaming a live futures account, like a real one. So people get confused when you're not 20x Apex account on your screen. People are like, what are your payouts? What are your payouts? I'm like, what do you mean payout? The word doesn't apply. I'm not paper trading. You know what I mean? So, anywho, I have to always, when I do these challenges on the stream, the goal is, you know, to do something and show a certain principle. This principle is how I would rapidly scale an account. I've done other slow ones. I've done a challenge where I've gone slowly to 100K from 5K and I traded extra slowly with no extra leverage. And that was a fantastic challenge too, because it showed something, but it's also not super worth my time to really spend months grinding out an account. Although people like to see it, there's history of me doing it on the channel. I've done it plenty of times before. I know we're not, I'm like, I'm going to close before market opens, but market isn't opening, right? Does anybody get to see me trade options on main account, just challenge? Yeah, no, like, okay, and here's another thing, and this is something that's, you know, a very like telling thing about the space we're in. So, did I get my we'll run here? 4,000 bucks and the market's not even open. Take it. It gets 50 points. Can I go all the way down to, because there's no open today. No market opening today. And a liquidity map's coming up. I feel like I'm like overdoing it. Let me just lock that in. Okay, let me lock that in. Lock that in. Perfect. That was good enough for a quickie little run there. MHP reject, that's pretty textbook. Here's my fund index and my take profits also. This one is not actively engaged, the one that's negative. That one just stopped out last night. So one of them had a stop loss that didn't hit. So now I'm Yeah, now I'm fully closed out. It's back to the open last night. Good deal, good deal. Okay. That's pretty solid. So the question people have is, you know, can you watch me trade futures, or can you watch me trade mobs? It's also a real account. When I say real account, my main account. The answer is no. Like this has been an argument since I started. So I'm one of the first streamers ever on YouTube doing futures, right? This has been a question back then. Why trade something small? Why not just go out there and go full guru and be like, look at all the millions I make every day, every month? And, you know, that's what most people do, right? What I feel like is most people, and I mean most people, just about everybody that you read about on Twitter doesn't have $1 million in their name, but the posturing is that they do. And I don't know how you guys handle it, but anybody that you ever meet, once they become like wealthy, right? They get a wealth advisor, they get a lawyer, these folks are, you know, helping them. Damn, this is just falling straight down. You know, helping them with managing their life and livelihood. The first thing a wealth advisor and a lawyer will both tell you is, don't show people how you make your money. Keep that shit private. Like everybody's like, no, check out how much I made. Follow my Discord. I'm like, I'll take something small and let you guys watch me trade it in a range that's okay. You win the lottery, last thing you do is tell people about it. You know what I'm saying? So I've always been in like, yeah, I have a huge options account. I'll occasionally mention like a big play I'm making or something, but it's not part of the stream. Like it's not part of the content. Same thing with my main futures account. When you guys see me pick up my phone, I'm trading. That account has never seen anybody but myself. Why? Well, you know, sometimes I might want to take $1 million YOLO bets. Sometimes I might want to I'm a high rolling trader. It's not part of my content. People on Twitter can't even handle a 300K challenge account. Imagine how everybody beat their chest and like foam at the mouth if they saw me place $1 million on a 0DT options trade. You know what I mean? It's like kind of like, yeah. When you have it and you flaunt it, you don't really have it. Like for some people, once you have it, you're a little private about it. So people always ask, what are your businesses you run? I'm like, you know, like, I know in social media, it's cool to be like, look at all this I have. Look what I have. Follow me, buy my course, buy my whatever. Look how me. For me, it's like, this is enough. This is more money than any of these kids are trading anyways, but it is a fraction of my main account. So the confusion is like, this is your main account, Matt? Like, no, this is just a fun side thing. But yeah. So I'll tell you, you know, there's, you know, the prop kids out there like to size up all the time because we got real big. But I mean, prop trading and real trading can't be compared in the same sentence. And our indicators are called liquidity maps, and it's only available in the Rocket Scooter platform. And what an awesome trade! I'm glad I stuck with that one. I had it all night with stop loss, so I think I had a better entry. And then my entry was like 64. Like I didn't get it right on the dot, which 71 was that perfect setup. I think I got it like probably close to here, maybe. Oh no! I'm sorry. I added to it this morning. That's right. I was like, wait, I didn't get that good. I got in like here, and so like before I got on my desk, or before I got onto my stream, right when I got to my desk, I got in a little bit heavier here with 7. What confirmation I use to know that trend will continue? Well, I use the arbitrage and the resilience indicators, and they're useful, very, very useful. And I'll tell you guys more about it once people get up here. I'll give you guys a little demo about what it is we do here. But anyways, but yes, sir. So the challenge account is just a challenge. Can I 10x account from 100,000? It's currently at 343,783. 100K start. I dipped under a couple of times. So the rule is just like, you know, like even prop traders trading, when they blow up, they reset. Never blew up, but anytime I dip below 0, I'm allowed to pad it back, or dip below 100K. I'm allowed to add back to it. So, and then once I'm above it, I got to float with what I have. So I've only put like 130K extra into it, which is basically not too terrible. I mean, if only I held for a little bit longer there, but this is great. We're selling off. Liquidity crisis is still upon us, ladies and gentlemen. Liquidity crisis. As we were one of the first to talk about the market sell-off a couple weeks back. Deal, good deal. That's pretty clean. That might be the only trade that we have, though, you know, because there's not really a market open today. There's not really much else to do. Good deal, good deal. So currently I'm trading, and again, I have a couple of prop accounts I'll trade. So casually I trade props because we're one of the biggest prop affiliates in the world. So obviously we have partnerships with some of these folks. And, you know, showing off props on the stream is also something the audience likes to see. So occasionally see me trade props, but I don't do it on screen. I do it off screen. I only trade real account on screen. And it's a real live. This is a real money account, 343,000 in it. And I'll trade props off screen, but I do update people with my progress. Currently, my goal was, can I go live with every prop? You know, my goal isn't to make payouts. My goal is to trade props to make money. It's like it's not my cup of tea. When you can bankroll yourself, you shouldn't be trading props. You don't need to have a profit split and higher taxes and pay to trade. That's concept is for folks that are learning, people still trying to get into the game and have the ability not have the ability to fund themselves. Props are a perfect educational place. When you're like, you know, a professional or a full-time trader, you're not gonna be trading props. So it's only for, you know, the relevancy and supporting our partners and contractually, you know. So every once in a while, you'll see me trading like one prop firm. That's it, maybe two. This currently I'm doing two, but that's because this one, these are Fund and X accounts. We work with these guys, and this is Take Profit. We work with these guys. So I'm about to go live here. Whenever I do, then I have my next goal is to go live with Take Profit. I've been live with Elite Trader Funding. I've been live with Tradeify. I've been live with My Funded Futures this year. So when you go live, it means you beat the prop game. You're making so much money, they gotta cut you off and move you to live. So the history of the channel here, you'll see me sometimes doing different things, mostly just trading a real life futures account. That's kind of the majority of what I've done. First year I ever did props was this last year. And, you know, if you were tuning in last year, we did 2 trading competitions, ETFs and Pat Whelan's tournament. We got first place in both of those. If you watch the Tradeify Grand Cup, which is every major trading influencer, guru, whatever out there was on that list, we got second place in that tournament. So this is folks from Rock Scooter. And so if you guys are just tuning in for the first time, you're going to see very good educational program. We're Gamma Exposure Kings, people call us. We pioneered the whole Gamma Exposure movement many years ago. We do dealer Gamma Exposure. We have a custom indicator set that reads the entire options market in real time and gives us this information. This perfect trade off of this orange line, which is worth whatever you see on the screen across the board, was exactly off of dealer Gamma Exposure maximum called hedge pressure. Perfect short off of that to here, shorted to yesterday's close that bad boy out, and it looks like we've fallen 100 points since then. That beautiful pivot, it's worth every penny. It's great. Now, normally when the market opens, we have a tool called liquidity maps. What liquidity maps do is they show you the balance of all these pressures. It's the pressure that comes from hedging due to the landscape of options. The existence of options forces additional hedging in futures and stocks and things like that. And all that exposure there allows you to see where if everyone took their hands off the wheel and wasn't just trading with discretion, all the algorithms would sort of like be pushing and pulling in different places based on their exposure. So we calculate mathematically where that flow is going to come from, and we draw it out in liquidity map like this. An example that you're staring at right now is this one, where the orange line, when you tap it from below, is resistance off of that orange line. And as you see off of the orange line, it's resistance. So happy Chinese New Year. Oh yeah, it is. We have to go to the temple tonight. Will we get res, DD? No. So these are based on the aggregate of what stocks are doing. And without the stock market being open, none of our indicators will turn on because they require stocks to be trading. And while we do have some overnight trading with stocks, there's not an official open. So it doesn't really make sense to calculate what resilience will be, because obviously the market isn't opening. So you're not getting the MOO process that's going to create all that extra volume that we're going to care about. Another thing, DD will be missing. Liquidity maps will not show up when the market is closed, only when the market is open. You need the stock market to be open. This is probably it, man. I don't even have, there is no open. So it's like, that was the trade. So I don't know what else I could be doing for now. But MHP short, that was beautiful. We are still in liquidity crisis, as I mentioned. Half my reason to short, you guys remember my thesis, was that gold and Bitcoin would be trading down. So every time gold and Bitcoin are trading down, that's your hint. Liquidity crisis is still active. So last night, gold rose, went red, and has been red all night. Bitcoin is kind of was flat. So I was like, okay, we're still going to trade down. The market got squeezed because Bitcoin peaked out in October and started selling off throughout the months. And because of this massive Bitcoin collapse, we've been seeing stock market movement come to a halt. People were rushing into gold at the last minute, and then that collapsed as well in late January. So between Bitcoin falling and gold falling, every major hedge fund and firm out there with exposure to both is probably crushed for cash. It's not everybody in Wall Street, but it's a lot of them. And ever since gold has fallen and Bitcoin is still low, you're seeing that we've had what I've been dubbing the liquidity crisis. So at this moment in time, the market is now falling victim to the lack of buyers, and now everybody's been turned into sellers. Before this, I talked about how the market was probably stalling and no longer advancing, and we could sit here for a quarter. But 2 weeks ago, I went full on bear mode and said, we are crashing. We are crashing until the end of February, maybe even longer, like crashing, like the market's collapsing. And it's going to continue to sell until these two things stabilize, because what's happening is people are just getting bumped when they don't want to sell off. So not everybody in the world is bearish in this market. You can see that evident from the VIX. The VIX is not, wasn't getting too bad. So it's not like everybody was affected. You know, you've seen times like during COVID or during like August of 2024, which was here, where the market just flies out of control when it collapses really quick. We're not even close to being there yet. This was just kind of sitting still through all of this and just popping and dropping and popping and dropping, which basically means not everybody was affected to really go out there and full on panic. Just a couple people that are in trouble. And so when they get squeezed, they got to sell, and it bumps a couple other people, they got to sell. Majority of Wall Street is just holding through this until now. The majority of Wall Street was like, let's just hold, let's just hold, let's just hold. But this month is different. You can see the pattern being different in the VIX. So let me erase all the B letters, but the pattern is a little different, right? Like stable, stable, stable. There's the big sell-off and we're fine. Stable, 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 big sell-off and we're fine. Stable, 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 stable. And this is, whoa, we're starting to build. Something's different, okay? And this hasn't even begun to pop. This could be popping all through March. So I have a feeling that until everything else stabilizes, we're in a really weird boat. You dare me to start at 100K again and send the rest to you? I like that challenge. I'm probably gonna lose that challenge though. You think newer traders need price action? Price action doesn't work. Like, that's the whole thing. Price action indication is probably one of the biggest scams in trading. Price can't predict the future. Like, price is not gonna, none of those patterns did work any better in a coin flip. It's actually been proven mathematically. I think it was a team, I think was it Brazil or somewhere? This is like 10 years ago. I read this thing online. It was circulating on Reddit. It was like somebody did a study on every major indicator, on every major, you know, index and whatever, and found out that 0 indicators have an edge. Each one of them over infinite number of trades turned out to be exactly 50-50. So you can use price action indicators, but there's nothing's better than just looking at price itself. There's no magic pattern in the stock market, no matter how much you try. And take it from me, I've been trading for 16 years. I've hit every gimmick in the book when I got started. There's nothing that was like, oh hell yeah, this works. The only thing that was even close was volume related. Volume profiles and VWAPs. That's the only thing that had consistent approach, because it was consistent where I longed and shorted from. You know, volume nodes and VWAPs gave me entry and exit signals. That was it, and it was consistent. So, but still, it was always like hit or miss whether it held or didn't. But at least if it rallied or bounced off of that spot, at least I knew I traded from the right spot. But I would say be very careful buying into like flow-based things and ICT-based things and candle-based things. They really are kind of a scam the way they're sold. They reorganize price in a more meaningful way to be easier to read, but they don't give you additional insight. It's not like if you take all these candles, right, and you pump them to a math equation. So I'm a mathematician, if you guys are just tuning in for the first time. My engineering degree is on the wall behind me. Let me teach you a little bit about like the mathematics of futures, right? Or the mathematics of these candles. Just a quickie. I mean, it's not bad, but it's not going to add anything to your plate. You're just as good off not using it. I challenge people to take that thought process. So if you take all these candles and you were to, you know, these candles are like X. X represents the data set of all candles and data. You have an open, low, high, and close. Open, close, high, and low. Of all these data points on a 1 minute chart, for example. And you were to take all of that and you put that through some kind of function, right? F of X. You take all this data and throw into some function, you get a new answer, right? The new function could be like a moving average or something, and it spits out something different. Usually the function serves a purpose to smooth out the data. That like a moving average is going to be like less choppy, right? And it's going to be like more smooth. And so you get a different output from the data you put in. But people treat this output that comes out like this new information. Like you took these candles that are here, and somehow the function of those candles, which is the indicator, unraveled some hidden information. The candle was there and the function was like, oh, let me just unpackage that a little bit further. There's hidden data underneath that's going to be useful to you as a trader. So the biggest kind of like farce in trading education is that technical indicators can supply you additional information. It's absurd and ridiculous to think so, because the candles are what they are. This is the set of all information. You have an open, close, a high, and a low. And that's fed to whatever formula that puts your indicator on the chart. That formula doesn't add anything to that data. It's the same data, just reorganized. That reorganization through that math and indicator doesn't add any additional knowledge to what you already know. It actually takes it away by smoothing the data out. It just creates delays in your pivots. So at a cost of like removing some of the jaggedness, it also puts your pivots well after when the price actually moves. So the biggest sort of like farce in day trading is that you're going to get something from flow-based trading or indicator-based trading that you know, your indicators are going to clue you into something. And really there's two principles of trading that work. Number one is wherever volume is where you want to be. This is common. Everywhere you go, any volume is important. UAPs, volume profiles, those are examples of good things because they're looking for where traders are going to be. At best, it'll tell you where to enter and exit your trades, which gives you some kind of framework inside of all this randomness, not to chase momentum. As you see today, the market's bouncing against a level, and I plopped a short, and that short paid off handsomely across all my accounts. When I'm at, you know, stock market's not even open today, I'm up $16,000 just off of one pivot. Right now, you have to touch it for the rest of the day. That'll be here. I don't do copy trading. I don't do copy prop trading. I trade each one of the accounts individually, which is a little different than what most people do, but we're also one of the most successful, you know, traders you'll watch on YouTube as far as like props and all this stuff. I've been taking payouts and things from the props I've been trading with on the side. And this strategy, my strategy, it works very, very well for that. So in general, just whenever you guys are trading, volume is the most important thing out there. Finding where volume is going to be will help you find where pivots are going to be. And then that's where you can plan a trade. Like from here to here was my exact trade, this pivot to that pivot, line to line. And so I got, you know, whatever it was and closed out. I could still be holding on, but without the stock market being open, I feel like I'm being a little too greedy if I did that. The second thing that's important is to understand that you're looking for liquidity and illiquidity. Liquidity is where buyers and sellers are in close proximity to each other or agreements. Liquidity is maximized transactions. The more liquid a market is, the more readily available a seller is for every buyer that exists, and vice versa. Liquid markets tend to stay stable. Liquid markets certainly never crash. Only illiquid markets move from one place to the other. So looking for places of liquidity where markets are pretty stable, and places of illiquidity where markets have to find another liquid spot. The principle is price raises to find sellers, price lowers to find buyers. And so if the dealer is the only buyer in town, they're going to lower their bid and catch the fall lower. Dealer's the only seller in town, you got to sell them higher because they set the market. If you're the only person in town on the other side of a trade, you get to set the market. That's the beautiful thing. And that ding, 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 unfortunately, is a misrepresentation because there is no technical open in the stock market today. We're opening slightly off of yesterday's close a little bit. Not really opening, but this is just futures trading. There is no burst of stock market. There should be no real activity here that's other than just sort of balancing out the sell move. We traded off when we did overnight and going to sit flat. Typically, we have an indicator that helps us predict the direction inside of this box. Here to here, here to here. Those indicators will not be on today because those indicators are based on stock prices. And we only fire them off when the stock market's open. It doesn't show anything when it's closed. But back to talking about liquidity. So you can, so there's concepts like price action, ICT and stuff like that. It kind of looks at that. They try to find like, okay, here's your support and the market rallied and then it's doing this. And like, okay, there's like a gap here. And so therefore, let me jump in on this because it's going to keep going. The answer is, okay, maybe. Sometimes yes, sometimes it doesn't work. But there's no magic to that. You found a liquid moment. There's a normal amount of buyers. The market moved there. And now it's kind of stable there. But there's no guarantee that a second wave of new buyers are going to show up. There's no magic to that. You are gambling on something and you are late to the trade. That's kind of the worst part of this style of trading. You're always late. You're chasing a breakout. And everybody that you ever see that trades bull flags, bear flags, pennants, ICT stuff, they're always chasing a move, hoping it keeps going. This means they're going to make money the times it works, and the times it doesn't, they're going to blow up everything. You're never going to see anybody sustainably trading that for long periods of time and growing, because when you chase a trend, it's not going to go with you every time. Like if I, oh, it's short, okay, let me jump in and short. It's probably going to squeeze me before it keeps going. And so chasing trends is a dangerous practice in trading. We teach you guys to find pivots and plan for it and be the first in. I was the first in on this short. I'm not jumping in at the bottom. Some people might be jumping in at the bottom, but they're not going to have much to make off of it, right? So with that being said, we teach you guys to find volume pivots ahead of time and then trade from pivot to pivot. And that's a little bit faster. And you get more of a spread. You get better entry efficiency and exit efficiency. And you're trading where the traders will be, where the volume's going to be. So currently I close everything out. Just chilling for now. ICT knows the market liquidity algorithm. Let's go. There are some parts somebody says that works more often than not. That's correct. Yeah. The candles themselves, and the rule of thumb is when it comes to any kind of trading like that, the more you zoom in, like a 1 minute chart, 3 minute chart, the more you zoom in, the noisier it's going to be and the less effective it's going to be. On bigger time frames, you're catching bigger waves of Wall Street, daily charts, hourly charts, things like that. You're going to find that it's a little bit more effective, but so is just looking at the price. You can tell when a downtrend is happening. It's not rocket science to say, okay, it's probably going to keep going. But if you're trying to trade like intraday day trading and you're using those concepts and you're struggling and you're like, damn it, I'm struggling. And you're like, but the guy I watched had $1 million payout. You just got duped, my friend. You got duped by the biggest scam in trading. The prop system allows people to show you their $1 million payouts, but don't let you show you that they put 700,000 in and you think that they're doing something you're not. So you keep studying the method and the method never pays off for you. If it's not paying off for you, you're learning a lesson right now from someone 16 years in the game. Probably only multi-millionaire traders on YouTube that's actually trading. You actually watch my trades. Even my small account is bigger than everyone's big account. So today's a holiday. Market's not open, by the way. Are these levels available during Asia and London, Fizz? Yeah, it's absolutely available. Somebody's saying something earlier in chat. I missed it about getting their data. Hold on. Do the market. So yeah. Trend challenge on the trades whenever he's making a big options play. Yeah, when I'm making a big options play, after I get in, I let you guys know. Part of the thing I'm really secret about my options trades is that I don't want people to know because I don't want them to crowd me in it. If I'm putting like, my options trades last year weren't super big. I was putting on the magnitude of like hundreds of thousands into single bets instead of like millions. I wasn't really going ham on options last year. But even so, even with like 100K on the line, 200K on the line, last thing I ever want to do is tell people, hey, it's my options play. So I have a big options account. It's not always funded big, but when I need to, I'll throw money into it and make a big play. I only trade options specifically for certain reasons, to hedge or to catch reversals of the market selling off. So this market sell-off here, you better believe it. I'll be making some huge bets once the sell-off is over. If March, we end up just diving, nose diving till March at the bottom, I'll be making a $1 million options bet on the reversal. I'll turn 1 million into 10. And I do this so often when markets are selling off, I go pretty big. But what I don't do is I don't tell people about the trade till way after I'm in it and I'm secured my position. So a lot of times when, you know, you stream, people are going to copy your trades, as unfortunate as it is. You don't want them to do that. Options are a little less liquid and a little harder to navigate. And so, you know, it's not like, hey guys, I'm buying, you know, QQQ 700 calls right now at this price. Everybody get in. I don't do that because I'm not going to win my bet with other people crowding the trade. So I'm very secretive about my options plays until way after I'm in them and I'm just coasting with it. Then I'm like, hey, it's the options trade. And I don't even really share it. I just tell people I'm in it. Like a general sense, like I'm in calls for this price at this date. The indicator name is called Liquidity Maps. And the other ones are called Darb and Resilience. They're here on the bottom of the screen. You get them in the indicator list. And this is our own version of TradingView. So we have our own platform that we built on top of TradingView that's a little bit more powerful. With more and more people trading futures nowadays, so I see the futures market being open Saturdays and Sundays in the future. I don't think it wouldn't be. The CME group has a habit of following where the traders are. And as they've realized in the last 5 years that futures are like the most popular thing right now for new traders, they're really starting to capitalize on like more stuff. Like they're bringing back single stock futures, which is something that was canceled in 2020. The other exchange that ran it found no liquidity, but somehow the CME group's going to market those things. So also they started adding more options to the play because equities ETF options used to only expire on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. Now they added Tuesday and Thursdays to the mix. So they're adding more trading days and more trading products, or some more trading products and expirations. So you better believe that like if the markets go 24/7, they're going to have probably allow, you know, Saturday and Sunday open and close or settlements, if you may. But I also want to err to the side that maybe not, because the old school part of the commodities exchange still operates on settlements to settle every week and things like that, because that's when deliveries are scheduled, you know, on a Friday basis, you know. And so the Wall Street is still anchored around the point that everything has a settlement period and all that, or settlement date and all that. So they may not ever have like Saturday and Sunday futures, although because it would sort of like be illiquid because nobody's trading and people are on vacation and stuff. So part of me says they could, because, you know, they'd want to make more money with more trading. Maybe the Globex could be open, but like I don't think the stock market would be Saturday, Sunday, just because it's very dangerous to leave the stock market open all the time, because periods of illiquidity when there's no traders there can cause massive volatility. There happens to be a period of sell-off on Sunday when nobody's there to want to trade and buy the dip, you know? So I'd like to say that as much as I think they could, I think they probably won't, just on keeping the infrastructure the way that it has been, or the market needs to close and relax for a minute. So it's a good question though. Are DD bands from the close with 1-to-1 risk interval? That's exactly what they are. So risk interval is an exploit where we reverse engineered the CME group's span program and came up with these interval bands. What came up with a risk interval that we make these bands out of, called risk interval bands, or DD for short. And so these guys are pivots based on this table. This table it takes the data from the CME website, runs a calculation every night, and gives you this interval. So this interval is how far stocks, or so how much futures will move when they're trying to track the stocks, right? That's how much the futures will deviate from the stock market before there's a little bit of snapback action. There's a whole cool principle when it comes to that. But indicators got you wrecked, as you said. It's not because the indicators are bad, it's because the way people are taught how to use them is really bad. All right, so stock market isn't open today, so we're gonna, I don't know, actually, is my Fun TV live? Let me double check. I get the day off. I don't get the day off. Oh, all right. Well, I don't know. It's a half day. Let me go ask him if I need to be there. Hold on. I might get the day off today because it's a half day. Let me ask him. Let me find out. If I get a day off, ooh, I'm gonna have some fun today. What do you think about order flow? Like I said, order flow, it's the same sort of principle. Like nothing. Okay, let me kind of preempt this. Nothing in the market is bad. It's just none of it's good, and it's kind of like, it's like none of it's bad because it's useful. Oh, I have the day off. Okay. Oh. All right, so good. I got the day off on my Fun TV, so I don't have to show up. Lucky for me, unlucky for everyone else, I guess. Now I'm sure. I love being on that show. I have so much fun. But it looks like, let me see. Are they streaming? Yeah, so Tom and Terry are on right now. They gotta trade when the market's closed, so thank God. I would sit there and just have to, like, my thought is with the market being closed, I'd have to just make up content for an hour with nothing to talk about because the market would be, my market would actually be closed. Even futures will be closed at that time, so no need for a Maddie today. Oh, SJ, I was looking for your comment. I finally found it. Okay, so having trouble with your platform not showing data, only half gap, but not liquidity pockets. Try to get help from Slacks and Discord. Everyone's busy. Been a couple of months now. Wait. So number one, SJ, you have liquidity map indicator added and it's not showing up. Try to clear your cache in the browser or try it from a different browser. You go to your browser, you could just be messed up. It's very unusual for things not to show up as long as you have data access. Where to go? You know how to clear a cache in the browser? Just Google that and it wipes everything clean. 2K, is this pre-market? Okay, so on my screen, so this was done pre-market here. Only made 3,700 on that short. I was only shorting small. And these are all also, these are also my props. Real quick. I plan on going live with Take Profit and Fund Next. Hopefully soon. Somebody said they used to be ICT trader, but some parts are used to work more than others. But once you switch to volume watching, tracking underlying stocks and ticks, you saw a big improvement. Yeah, those are the things that actually work in the market. I mean, there's some principles that are pretty simple. Is that the futures market are tracking the stocks, so you better be tracking the stocks too. Like if you're trading futures, you're not watching the stocks all in one bite. You're really missing out on some good information. You know, we have indicators that allow us to watch all the stocks in one bite. I mean, it's a principle. The futures market's tracking the stocks, so that's important. The other important part is where volume is, liquidity is. So, you know, trying to find periods of liquidity or areas of liquidity and periods of illiquidity helps you understand when the market's moving and to where, so you can plan a trade out. Like if the market was falling, where do I close out my trade? Well, I know I've got liquidity here and here. Down in here, I've got nothing. So the market fell, you might be like, ooh, I want to long this, but why? Like from where? You've got nothing to long off of. See, as the market's continuing to fall, I'm not trying to buy the dip. I've got nothing in NASDAQ until down here. So it keeps me from jumping in and back holding just because I might have an indicator. It's like, oh, the market's oversold, jump in. You might use an RSI or something, probably clues you into being oversold right about there, and now you're back holding, right? So the example, S&P has a 6840 of the hedge pressure pivot. That's where the bounce is going to be if there is one. So if I was a bull, I would tell myself, well, here's where I want to be a bull from because I know there's hedging pressure coming from it. So hedging pressure is basically this effect that's taking place with all options that are being sold to dealers. Dealers are hedging their positions to neutral. Options dealers sell options to stock dealers, stock market makers. And so stock market makers are in neutral positions and they're hedging their underlying position with the underlying stock or futures or whatever it is to balance themselves out. They just want to be neutral in the market. And options sellers do the same thing. Like market makers of options are going to sell calls and puts to those stock dealers, and they're going to also balance their position to zero. So what this orange line actually is, it's the maximum balancing. It's the maximum order flow. So I'll just put max flow. It's guaranteed to be max flow. When you touch this orange line, you will see a volume spike bigger than all the other orange volume around it. It's guaranteed volume. It's predictive volume. So we use options to predict where that max flow is going to be. When you're above this level, you have, we call it gamma positive. There's just more longing than shorting when it comes to delta hedging. So when there's more long orders that are just flying in than short orders, that's where this interface changes the polarity from more shorts to longs. So like in the gamma exposure world, we coined this term a long time ago, gamma positive and gamma negative, just to indicate the polarity. So when you're above this orange, you're going to see the volume's going to spike up very quickly, and you're going to see that there's just some kind of like lifting force. It may not reverse it, but it's going to stop the selling for a moment in time. And then that's where the liquidity is going to be. Your volume, your induced liquidity comes from this maximized flow right there. So orange line is maximum delta hedging, or above it is gamma positive, below is negative. They use level 3 data. I don't know. I don't find any extra data such as level 3 to be particularly useful, any more so than level 2 data is. Dark pool and things like that, they're always after the fact. They're always reported late. And they don't represent like a larger sentiment of Wall Street. Just a couple people trying to like sneak orders in and out of the market. So I don't use anything other than volume pivots and confluence information from the market internals. It's a pretty simple setup. I have pivots on the screen that predict volume. Then I have indicators that tell me which way the stock market's moving. Well, the stock market closed, it's not going to have anything on there. But when the markets are open, I've got indicators down here that help me with everything I need to know. Somebody said game changer trading each account individually. Oh, 100%, dude. Like, when it comes to prop trading, I've gotten probably more prop payouts and more prop accolades than just anybody out there. I just don't trade 30 props at once like your prop trading gurus are doing, because they trade 30 props and show you the winning one. I think it's silly. I trade one at a time, sometimes two. And that's just my focus. So prop traders love to show you all the different accounts. Like one day they're like, check out my take profit payout. One day it's like, check out my alpha futures payout. One day it's like, check out my apex payout. Every day it's a different firm. I feel like they're banking. I guarantee you these people are net red on the whole deal. I saw somebody yesterday post a picture of their journaling software. It's like, look, I made 100K and I only paid 5K in. I'm like, yes, there's no way in hell that you will ever be incorrect in your own journal. Yes, let's trust your journal. I'll make a spreadsheet too that shows I made $1 billion with 0 in. Like, don't trust what you see out there. If your prop trader has not been offered a live account from that prop firm, they're not making more money than they're putting in. It's guaranteed. I work for my funded futures. I work in the prop space. I know exactly how the risk models work in these places. So when it comes to prop trading, just be careful out there. There's a lot of people flashing payouts but not really making money. It's to sell you prop accounts. So, and you know, I'm only trading these two here. Your bias has been short with the market. Hit the high end on NQ. Do you recommend buying options 3 months out, 6 or 1 year out? So it depends on what you're doing, NZT. If you are, I have NZT like, is that from the Bradley Cooper movie? I love that movie. When it comes down to buying options, so calls or puts is different. When it comes to calls, there's less volatility, so there's less volatility crunch. So calls you can hold out safely a little bit longer. Puts tend to decay very rapidly, especially if when it falls, it doesn't fall hard enough to your spot. When I do puts, I tend to do puts very short term. I don't like to bet that the market's falling 6 months out. It's a very expensive bet that has a harder time wiggling. But when the market, because tops usually look like this, right? Tops are usually a process. And it takes a long time for the market to sell off when it finally does. It takes an event or something. And so when you're buying puts and trying to sell the market, you're going to pay a massive premiums before you're right. Think of Michael Berry in The Big Short. He's paying like $70 million a year in collateral payments on his credit default swaps before he made billions off the trade. It took years for that to happen. So when it comes to shorting, tops are a process, so you can be losing money very rapidly if you don't give yourself enough time. Bottoms are an event. You typically bottom out pretty quick and then start moving. Markets never fall and sit here like this and then decide to rally. You never see this, right? You always see a sharper pivot off a bottom, but you do see a consolidation at a top. Because of that, I usually will hold call. Like puts, I'll hold shorter term. Like I'll take multiple stabs once I get some signals that it's time to get some. If you hold for longer, you're gonna have to pay a lot of money and tie up a lot of money to get a 3 or 6 month out on a put. And markets very rarely sell off. You're betting on some kind of event. But when it comes to calls, I tend to sometimes on market dips, when I'm swinging a reversal, I'll get calls 3 months out. Volatility is low, premiums are cheap, there's no crunch. And so it's a better play to buy longer term calls than as longer term puts. When I tend to like sense that the market's selling off, I try to get my timing as good as possible. And I'll try to get puts like maybe a month to 6 weeks out at the most. But that's just me. And I wouldn't take advice from me on options. I'm not the world's like expert at options trading. I'll be honest with you guys about that. I do fairly well with options, but I don't have, I'm not like an options trader. Other than the fact that I do make a lot of money trading options, I wouldn't consider myself like the best person to ask questions like that to. The way I use options are two really, really important reasons. Number one, market's trucking along, and I start to get some scare signals like right at top. I'll buy some puts to hedge like 6 weeks out. And then I'll basically, because I try to hold through one expiration and a little bit further. 6 weeks out, never more than 2 months, and I'll just hold. And I'll continue to long the market in my futures account. So I'm continuing to buy the dip and buying the dip and buying the dip. Just in case the market flushes through, I've got insurance on the day that I lost. So buying the dip tends to still work when market's getting a little scary, but at least I got insurance underneath me. Calls, not using that to hedge. When markets dive and dip and I get that signal that the market is reversing, and I'll just buy some calls, 2 months out, maybe sometimes longer, just swing it through and then hold on to that. Calls that may be less accurate on the trade. I just have to kind of get the timing right and kind of get the low right. But with calls, because it's less volatile, there's less decay due to the volatility effects in the price of options, plus the Vanna effects of delta hedging modifiers due to high IV. So you get a little more absurd Vanna effects on the price of options when it comes to high volatility, can affect any delta hedging model and shift equilibrium a little bit to where you think it's going to bounce here, but instead it bounces here. The delta hedging is down here instead of here. So then you're stuck upside down a little bit longer when the market is volatile. So like I said, it might sound like I know a lot about options because I do, but as far as like trading options, I'm not the world's most expert at trading options. Futures is my game, but I do very well with options. I'll let you guys know that. People always tell me like, Matt, can you teach an options course? I'm like, I could on what I do, and I teach you 2 special cases: how to buy puts when you're hedging your long at the top, and how to catch reversal at the bottom. And that's basically it. On occasion, I'll make some bets around earnings or something, like one time I bought, like, I think like 2 or 3 years ago, I spent like $200K on options around tech earnings at the base of 2022 in October. Around that time, Apple earnings happened. I bought Apple, Nvidia, QQQ, JP Morgan. I bought a whole spectrum of calls when that market reversed. And I have some videos on my channel from back then that are like, 2,000, 3,000% gains, yada, yada, off of single bets. Like I said, I put about 200 something K into bets. I was buying like 50K of this one, 100K of this one. and I just loaded up on a little mixed bag of things I thought were going to do well in earnings. But other than that, I'm not like, day trading options is not really something I recommend doing. The taxes are higher. The Greeks make it harder. You're not really doing much service to yourself. The leverage is lower than futures. I mean, unless you want to specifically trade, you know, a specific company for whatever reason, I tend to avoid day trading options as much as I can, unless I feel there's a need to trade a company for a certain reason. Then I'll get some options. Normally I'll be doing like SPX, NDX, or SPY QQQ calls and puts, the greater market. Or if you believe in a company, the calls are a cheaper way to trade with leverage. Yeah. What if, well, they never fall. Oh, let me see what I said here. Sort of elusive flex challenge, trading with trading view. It's not allowing you to take profit with 3 micro positions. You know, this is normal. That I don't know. Maybe it could be that you disconnected from the platform. Every time that happens, the first thing I ever do is I refresh the page. So make sure you like refresh the page, hit F5 or something. Make sure it's not just the browser that like you might could have been logged out or something. Also, if you're stuck in a position, go to the website, you go to the dashboard, and usually most props are going to have the ability for you to close your position on their dashboard. So hit that button as a safety measure. Crazy futures trader has been trading for 10 years, not looking at options at all. I mean, options are a cheap way to put insurance under you. Just imagine like if I'm making, you know, on average, I'm making like 50K a day, right? So imagine if I made 50K and 50K and 50K, and then I lost $1 million one day because the market crashes underneath me because I'm still longing with that same velocity or that same ferociousness. The market falls with velocity and it kills me. The idea is that whenever I get, and I use our monthly maps from our signals to help us do this, but essentially every single day I have a key pivot that if the market falls below on the greater scale, boom, then I've got my signal. Okay, market's in danger. Then the very next day, whatever day it is that we pop, we have a green, there's always a green day in the middle of some red. The very next day when we pop that green day, at the very end of the day, as long as we're below that pivot, I go there and I'll buy puts and I'll just load up on puts. I never chase puts on the fall. I let it have that one relaxed day and then I jump in on the puts there. And then every single day after that, I continue to long. So say if I put like 100G on puts, right? And the market happens to crash. Well, then I've made $2 million bucks. I'll 20x those puts. If the 6 weeks out and the market falls or I get my puts, I usually get 20x. So imagine I put 100K insurance that's just gone if it doesn't fall off, and I make 2 million if I'm right. Okay. What do I do? Well, I'm not just speculating on a market crash. What I'm doing is the market gave me a signal. Now we're at the interface. Now I got them for cheap. Now I've got insurance. Every single day, I'll continue to long for whatever is the 50K. Try to make 50K, try to make 50K, try to make 50K. If I buy the dip and the dip holds, and I buy the dip and the dip holds, and I buy the dip and the dip holds, and I made 50 and 50 and 50, and look, I already paid for the insurance I paid. But if the market happens to sell off and crash, and I take a huge hit that day, dang, I lost like 300K. I bought, I lost, I bought, I lost, I bought, I lost. And I'm like, but then I just made $2 million bucks. And I only buy that in specific case where this trade has never failed me yet. The 2 times you saw me last year load up on puts, the puts expired worthless, but I still made a fortune long in the market. They were bought for insurance. A lot of people don't realize that smart traders will do that, but you can't do that every single time. Like in this current environment right now, this current environment is where I should contemplate buying puts for insurance. However, because it's clearly a bear market, I'm shifting my mindset to still be bearish. I'm not trying to long every single day. I've been shorting almost every day. It's a different setup. So this isn't a day where the market's like fallen, and we've got that big green up day for you to jump in on. I haven't had that. The market's been just sort of falling, and falling. So that particular trade where I buy puts underneath my longing isn't going to happen this time around, I don't think. I'm not trying to long the market every day. Thanks for your thoughts on reading the charts. Hey, Kites, yeah, no problem. I love just give you guys some insight. Reading the charts is helpful. You know, reading price action is helpful, but there's no extra information buried inside of these candles that an indicator unravels. Like as a mathematician, any computer scientist or mathematician will tell you that the concept of technical indicators seems comical, that a data set of all data can't be put into a function that the output is more than you started with. There's no, you know, you have the laws of thermodynamics there. Information can't be created or destroyed. Like candles don't contain any hidden information that when you process them into an indicator, somehow magically you have more information than what you started with. The candles are the best information you've got. So people that use technical indicators are trying to use the information to infer something in the future, like, oh, because something's happening, the shape of the market, therefore something else needs to happen. And then when you actually explain it like it is in layman's terms, like when you say, oh, well, I trade when the RSI does this, stochastic does that, and you sound smart, that way you don't look in the mirror and tell yourself that you're a fucking idiot. But like when you actually boil it down to what a mathematician would explain it to a 5-year-old, they would say, so you're looking at the shape and color of the market, and therefore you're basing financial decisions off of shapes and colors. The market's a square, so therefore it's gonna go down. And then you look in the mirror and go, I kind of sound like an idiot. The shapes and colors that make you a millionaire when you were 3 years old, scribbling on a piece of paper with a crayon, that's how you make you a millionaire in your 30s and 40s and 50s. The stock market's unpredictable. And famous hedge fund manager Jim Simons had the same philosophy. He's the most successful hedge fund manager in the history of hedge funds. I'll tell you the same thing I'll tell you. I'm a big fan of his, and I believe the same thing. He's a mathematician like myself, and he'll tell you that the stock market is nothing but he's got an amalgamation of random noise. So the human brain is designed to recognize patterns. You know, you'll see a chair and you'll be like, oh, it looks like a face, right? But like you see a pattern and you always try to think that there's structure when there's not. That's how the chaos of the universe is processed by your brain. Your brain is constantly looking for things to have some kind of order because that's how your brain functions. It looks at orderly things and it tries to make order when it's not there. That's what optical illusions are. Your mind is playing tricks on you because your brain is trying to observe. It's programmed to see things only in order. Like your brain can only, like say if your brain can only see squares and only see triangles. If you saw something with 5 sides, your brain will see it as a square that moves, even though it's a flat surface, because your brain is like trying to orient those 5 sides into 4 sides. So like I said, if you were only able to perceive shapes and you saw something that wasn't what you're programmed to see, you would perceive it as moving, even though it's not moving at all. It's like how your mind works. It's trying to make sense out of something that doesn't necessarily have order. And the biggest misconception in the stock market is that people have made a living since the 50s selling textbooks and, I don't know, trading workshops and all this stuff, trying to sell you some magic beans indicators like there's order. People use stuff that's like, you know, I don't know, a million things, but there's order to all of this. And it's more simplistic, just inaccurate to say the market's just millions of random people doing millions of random things. There's no order to it. And there's not, with the exception of this one thing. There's order at the framework level of the market in the Globex. There's tons of order there, which is why all of our indicators are exploits of the Globex. We're not looking at price action. We're looking at things the CME group has patented. It's like an autopilot on the machine. They allow trading to happen, but they put some constraints on the overall market. They've written tons of patents on the things they do. You can go to their website. They've got videos on the things they do. This is how we reduce order flow. This is how we halt trading. This is how we mobilize liquidity. This is how we set margin requirements. This is where induced hedging takes place due to accelerated risk regions. And so therefore, we limit the margin requirement to protect the market from runaways. We invite market makers to hedge there. There's all kinds of order that exists on the mechanical side of the market. You can imagine it as like the claw game. You ever go to like those, you know, those claw game places where they got the claw that goes down, picks up the prize. You know, it's like every time you see it, it picks up the prize like this, and it's lifting the prize up, and then it somehow does that before it does this. You know what I mean? Pre-programmed winning probabilities that forces a failure rate so that the machine can be profitable. It's a scam, right? So the idea is that there's a forced mechanic that forces something to happen in the market. And there's a lot of that going on because it's an autopilot to try to force order into the market. Because a disorderly market, while the price action itself is disorderly, it still falls into an orderly machine that tries to limit how bad the chaos can get by allowing, like by pausing trading for a split second to allow market makers to mobilize liquidity to catch a big order. You see that happen all the time. And these things, there's documentation. CME groups are in documentation about this stuff. It's like all of our indicators are exploits of that stuff, predictability. Because it's something that's constantly that happens. It's like an autopilot in an airplane. If the airplane gets pushed to the right with the wind, the autopilot's going to steer it back to the left. And so there's a lot of steering action that takes place. And like I said, that part is completely transparently, the CME group is like, here's how we run the machine. Here's all the equations and all the pieces of what kind of goes on under the hood. So, you know, ICT wasn't wrong when he's talking about market structure. There's an algorithm that runs the market. There clearly is one. The futures market has one single algo that runs the whole thing. It's true. That is a true story. But what is it? People don't normally get it right. The algo serves one purpose in futures, and it's to track the underlying assets. You have oil futures. The algo is designed to watch oil spot prices and adjust the bid and ask based on what oil spot prices are trading at. But then also have the flexibility to move rapidly during upsets and conditions of the futures trading itself. So like oil spot prices may be going up because of a shortage of oil, but all of a sudden people may sell oil futures. Well, the algorithm is designed to drop, you know, to lower bid and ask to catch the selling. And as soon as that selling is done for that single actor, it's going to catch right back up to the futures it's tracking. There is an autopilot algo that tracks the underlying. That is the central algo of futures markets. So you're wrong. The regular bullish divergence momentum oscillators offers edge. RQ reversals had these signals. He was a mathematician. Wait, what are you talking about? Greater bullish divergence of momentum oscillators offers an edge. Hey, if it offers you an edge, go for it. Oh, but he was a mathematician. Yeah, poor guy. Jim Simon's dead. Yep. My man. Yeah. He was, but his, you know, his stuff was mostly based on statistics and making a lot of diversified bets. When he was wrong, he was wrong. He was truly wrong small. I mean, that's kind of what they did, which is kind of nice. You love a good edge? Oh yeah, baby. Currently a call for Microsoft 450 at 320 expiration. I know what Microsoft's trading at. Wait, what expiration? 320. Oh, March 20. What's your so 450 Microsoft. So here, right? On March 20, I can't give you investment advice, but I hate that bet. You gapped out on earnings, and it's so rare to gap back up without earnings to happen a second time or an event. If I were to make that bet personally, now again, don't change your bet because of me. You just asked me my opinion. If I had that bet, I would bet it through the quarter to bet on next season's earnings. Already had earnings in Microsoft. They don't have a catalyst to get it into the half gap. You know what I'm saying? So not a bad thought to pick a good price target. But every time we gap down on earnings, I never bet that in that same quarter that we make it back to the halfway point. That makes sense? So if I were to make that bet personally, it wouldn't be March 20. I'd be buying some leaps on that thing. Maybe not leaps. I might go 6 months out if I can get it. You know what I'm saying? Because it takes earnings to jump that far. Now, again, if the market somehow reverses and you're betting on a bigger market reversal, that's one thing. But you see how here's an example, we gapped up with Microsoft and it didn't even fade the gap until 4 earnings cycles later. Most stocks are going to be like that. If they take a huge 10 or 15% nosedive or run up due to earnings, it's very rare that it turns around in that same cycle. Let's find, like I said here, usually, here's an example here. We had this day where you had a flat market. Yes. And this day, even so, the market wasn't rallying, but we did sort of recover. You did hit your half gap, which is where you're trading to. When the gap down happened in October the 30th, it didn't even get to the halfway point until, I would say, or sorry, it didn't even fill the gap until 7 weeks later. Or actually October 30th. 5 weeks later, sorry. So even like on a non-sell-off market where it just kind of recovered, it still takes 5-6 weeks. So with you being at 320, it's like you'll barely make it, maybe, right? Like traditionally, if I am trying to fill a gap after earnings, I'm giving myself at least a quarter to make sure I get there before time runs out. So it's not a terrible bet. And you're asking me my opinion. I can't give you investment advice. So don't change what you're doing based on what I say. Remember, I'm not an options expert. So historically, what I would do personally is I give it a lot. If I'm trying to fill a gap off of a big sell-off like this, number one is I would give myself a lot of time for that to play out. But number two is I would do the following. If it was me, I would aim for 6 months out if I could, which means whatever my target is, that's where I want to be. I'd buy whatever I have. Let's say I start off with 100, whatever, 100,000, 100 million, whatever you're doing, 100. I'd put 20 into it now. In a month, I buy 20,000 worth of the same amount, but for a fraction of the price. And then I'd buy 20,000 for even fractioner of the price. Right? And as it starts to move, you're going to pick up momentum and go green somewhere in here. And you have the option to sell out early, even if you don't hit your target, at least with some delta in your pocket. That makes sense? So I don't normally just, I'm going to take the bet and sit on it, especially like this. I would give myself the ability, A, to be wrong on time and to be wrong on price. So I can average in even lower. On the, I'll split my options. I wouldn't go all in right there. I'd go in fraction. And then, you know, whatever the fall was, say that this was, what was it, like 480 down to like 380? No, sorry, 480 down to 400. So it's 20%. Every 20%, I'd put 20% of my bet into it, a bigger. Can't fall forever, right? But also, as it continues to fall, I may not pick the same strike price. I might choose to, you know, come in a little lower on the strike price as well. All depends. But normally, I give myself a lot of, if you're making that bet, I always give myself a lot of time. What all that does is make the option more expensive. You have to tie up more money, which is why I don't usually make that bet. So if you ask me what I do, I wouldn't be doing that personally at all. I don't like to bet on single options filling their gap unless I have a good reason for that company, not just betting on the market. So if I get signals that the entire stock market has bottomed out, that's the day I usually go in to attack the call. So like, for instance, we get a big green candle on the way down. You know, like you get that big green candle that day. The very next day that retraces half the distance, it's that red line. That's the day I load up on my calls for whatever my target is. And I get the best, I get in the lowest delta. That's normally that's when I enter the trade. But like I said, if you're going to need the market to recover, the entire market to recover. And I'm going to be honest with you guys. I know y'all hate to hear this from me, but I'm in the mode the market's crashing. Finally, after all these years of not being a bear. Like, I have a fear that we're down at 300. And then we turn around. Who comes to Microsoft? I have a fear that the entire futures index, it's not liquid anymore. We have a liquidity crisis. So we're gonna flush for a while. When I say for a while, like my targets are right here. That's it. I would say that over the course of February, March, we're here, maybe here, then we bottom out there. I think that we end up with something like this. I still think we got 2-3 months of hurt underneath us. We're just starting to build it up in the VIX. Until gold stabilizes, until Bitcoin stabilizes. All these hedge funds, I mean, imagine hedge funds being so tied up in Bitcoin that they're being forced to liquidate some of their stocks. And that's really what's happening right now. And you're in this mode that the stock market's just not finding a lot of people with available money to jump in and long it. It's got to get lower. And things need to get lower and stop bleeding. And I think that that's when it's going to turn around. The overnight dynamics apply all day just like this. Yes, sir. All day long, baby. Wait. Alex said, isn't that algos being run from the ETF book? Which algos? What's the name of the algo that underlines the futures market? There's a bunch of them. There's like, when I say a singular algo, there's a singular, the Globex, that's it. The Globex is a machine that's programs on it that does certain things. We already know some of them, the circuit breaker. At a certain distance traveled, the machine halts market orders on one side of the market. It's called circuit breaker, right? When you fall a certain distance, nobody can send a market order to the bid. The Globex will reject the market order. So like that's an algo, right? The Globex is pre-programmed with a bunch of little algos that do different things. Velocity logic. If so many ticks are bought up or gobbled up in a certain amount of time, velocity logic will kick in and halt trading for a split second to allow dealers to pad the bid and ask to catch the rest of the order. Like these are things that are constantly like alive in the market. And so the other thing you have is the bid ask price, the one you're watching on the screen right now on the DOM. The best bid and best ask is set by a central algorithm on the Globex itself. The market makers have to line it behind it. That algorithm is designed to guess what the futures price needs to be based on what the underlying's doing. So if like oil futures are tracking oil, if oil prices are going up, then it's trying to raise the price to match spot price. You can go to the Platts and get that real-time spot data. The futures are trying to guess what the spot price will be in the future. It's got all kind of extra information that it's monitoring to try to basically make sure it's tracking. And then that's it. So the reason you can see on the Nasdaq futures, right? The reason if there was humans running this market, there wouldn't be a gap between the bid and ask. This is kind of how you can prove this, right? You go to the S&P, right? And you can look at the S&P. There's a bid and there's an ask. You got your bid right here. Draw the S&P out to the left. You got your ask right here, right? It's pretty natural. Bid and ask are never on top of each other. They're never the other way around. There's never the ask down here and the bids up there, right? There's some kind of order in the market where buyers and sellers always disagree. When it comes to the Nasdaq though, there's always this weird space, right, between the bid and ask. Like what's happening there? If this was an efficient market with, humans being able to quote wherever they want, there wouldn't be a space. But there's always a space. The bid ask on Nasdaq is always like 2 or 3 ticks of space, right? And that's a result of the actual algorithm itself causing that. What's happening is that Nasdaq has too much of a small denomination of a tick size relative to its price. When Nasdaq was set at a quarter point, back when it was like 500 and 1,000, it really didn't make a big of a difference. But Nasdaq trading at 25,000 now, trading at $25,000 and a quarter it's like having, you have 2 types of currency. You have $1,000 bill, then you have a penny, nothing in between. It's very hard to do transactions when those are your only 2 denominations. I'm going to buy something. Oh, it's only, this thing you only need to buy is $50. Well, I only have $1,000. Okay, so give me your $1,000 bill. I'll give you $950 in pennies. Go get your truck. And you're like, okay, that's kind of weird. So you're going to have this like weird sort of behavior because of that. The algorithm is trying to track a value that it's calculating. The algo has calculated a value of the Nasdaq. And let's just give an example, 24,742. Okay. At a moment in time, the algorithm calculates this is the value. But then also, as the algorithm is guessing where that value is going to be, 24,742, it's guessing it on even numbers, like 24,7, 43, 743. And it's always constantly moving around, trying to guess where the value should be based on some parameters it's watching based on the stocks, pricing the stocks in. NVIDIA moves up this much. Okay, so let's move the NASDAQ up this much. The algorithm is always thinking like that. It's watching all the stocks and trying to guess the price and other things. But because you have too many pennies you can trade with, the algorithm kind of gets confused because it's quoting the bid and ask with separate algorithms. So it doesn't necessarily, if there was just a human to be able to quote wherever they want, you wouldn't have a spread. Humans would fill in with arbitrage to quote in between until there was no spread anymore. There's clearly a limit that it kind of like moves up and down together in harmony with that preset spot there. It's kind of like when you're trying to get, I'm trying to find an easy way to explain it. It's like when you're trying to aim at whole number values, but you're given all of these like quarter value points. So because of that, you're going to have those 4 quarters of space between the bid and ask. Usually at all times, you got about 4 ticks of space between the quarters. If there was 10 ticks between the bid and ask and it was 0.10 tick size, it would tell you that price is too big for 1/10 of a tick size. It's making those 4 quarters. It's just like trying to guess on even numbers, but it's given the option of quarterly or quarter of a point to guess at. So because of that, your space is 4 quarters usually. And you can look at any given time, it's roughly about 4. It's like the bid and ask are calculated separately and they're out of sync because they're calculated at kind of like whole number levels. So essentially, if the NASDAQ was traded correctly, the machine would be programmed to have NASDAQ traded to the nearest dollar, and then the bid-ask spread would be 1 point with 1 tick. So that's proof that there's some kind of machine thing going on here. It's the reason it dances around so much like this is because it's literally trying to guess dollar level values given all these pennies it can match with. Here, the S&P doesn't jump around as much. That's because it was 6,000, not 20,000. The S&P was 68,000 with quarter points. It'd have the same thing, 4 points of, or 4 ticks of spread. I've been trading long enough to see this happen before my very eyes. NASDAQ didn't used to be like this 10 years ago, 15 years ago. NASDAQ didn't have a big spread like that. I've watched it grow bigger as the NASDAQ's gotten bigger. It's induced. You know, when I started trading way back here, NASDAQ was at 4,000. 4,000, the NASDAQ was slow, just like the S&P, with a single tick spread, bid-ask spread. As the NASDAQ's gotten bigger and bigger and bigger, the spread's gotten bigger. That's proof of some kind of machine type action. It's not humans causing that. So the underlying algorithm just quotes the bid and quotes the ask based on some parameters that are tracking the underlying stocks. But somehow they can't really aim. They're trying to aim very accurately, or sorry, very inaccurate. They're given more, they're given pennies when you're trying to pay with dollars. They're giving you pennies and change. So it's like causing that effect. Makes sense? Hopefully it makes sense. So when somebody says like the master algorithm is just doing 2 things. It's trying to track the underlying stocks, quote the bid, quote the ask, and therefore market makers must put their sells above the ask and their buys below the bid. So the algorithm is like, this is where you can trade. You have to buy below here, sell above here. And it's constantly sending that signal to dealers, and dealers are constantly adjusting their position in real time based on that signal. So the other thing that it does is it allows mobilization of liquidity in that moment. So if there's like a quick seller or a quick buyer, it's allowed to drop, like the bid and ask move very rapidly and adjust, like Velocity Logic is an example, one of those things where it'll cease trading if you hit too big of a sell order that clears out too much of the bid or ask at any given time. It'll actually stop trading for a minute, for a moment. It's very quick, but this is when they say the central algo. It's stuff like that. It's not like the central algo is a fair value gap, guys. That's not what it is. It's a very simple autopilot system that's trying to track stocks. Price or number so specific, yeah. Bum, 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 bum. Mike says one of the most important things you can do with option trading is to buy time. It really is. Like, that's to me the most important thing that you can do, is to buy yourself more time. That's why I don't go all in one place at one time. As more time passes, I throw more at the trade. Like, that's why I cut into pieces. You know what I mean? 100% agree. Nothing hurts more than getting, you know, than like the market like finally turning in the direction you want, then you run out of time. Why do you buy the option when the market's going down? Don't you pay more for the options? No, so when the market's going down, you pay less for calls and more for puts. Yeah. When markets are going down, you pay more for puts than you pay for calls when market's going up as well. There's a second effect because of the volatility. So an example is markets going down, tit for tat, calls become cheaper, puts become more expensive. Markets going up, puts become cheaper, calls become more expensive. But the rate is different because when markets fall, volatility usually goes up. So puts becoming more expensive when markets fall is much more expensive than calls becoming more expensive when markets rally. You can wrap your head around what I said. So because volatility bakes into the price, bull markets don't exhibit as much volatility, so they don't get that. The difference is the difference in the IV. That makes sense. So like if the market drops 10%, puts will go up X. If markets rally 10%, calls will go up X, will go up Y, and Y is always less than X on that same delta change because the IV will inflate the premium a little further. You're gonna play Arc? Hell yeah, man. So here's what I did in Arc, right? So I got all the way to Expedition. I'm at the end. I have the last little thing to donate to Expedition before I can finish it up. But I don't have the 4.5 million value in my stash anymore because I gave it all to iDoc to hold for me to carry over. So I gave her like millions of dollars worth of level 4 Bobcats and like all my guns. So now I basically like am just re-grinding out value in the account before I reset so I can get all the... So what's the best way to handle this? Like I'm at the end, I've got the value to get max skill points, but I don't want to start all over. I want to keep some of my guns because I won't have all the blueprints. Unless I get the blueprints, then I'm fine. But I don't have... I have actually gave her a Bobcat blueprint. Here's the thing. I gave her all my spare blueprints and she used them all to give her character the blueprint. So I looked at her stash. She only has like maybe like 20 blueprints left. I had doubles of everything, but now she's used them. So I got to go grind them out a third time. The question is, should I just reset and start over and run around with the Stitcher, or do I give her millions of dollars of guns and then just re-grind out the wealth to reset with max skill points? Because it's what, 600,000 you said for the first 5, and then to buy the previous expeditions 300,000, so it's 4.5. But I have to get the... Don't I have to get the other one though, right? Yeah. So you get 5 for just doing the expedition, and then you need how much for the previous skill points? And it's 1.5 extra. Oh, well, I got 1.5, so I'm good. Okay. Okay, cool. So this time around, I'm good. I only need 1.5. Okay, good. I've got like 1.6 million space bucks already, so I'm good. I'm good there. Okay. On a market not open day, would I long at ES? I wouldn't long this environment. I'll be 100% honest with you. Would I long at the MHP? It's possible, but you know my stance. That the market's dead. The market is dying. So I don't have a belief that I would want to. I'm not taking long positions here. You know what I mean? like, because of my greater market belief, I'm spending a lot more time shorting. And I'm gonna tell you guys, like, I'm in a boat where, you know, I gave that speech months ago that we were stalling and then we're no longer gonna rally for a while. I said we're not gonna rally till earnings, because that's like the last catalyst that we have that could push the market higher. And then earnings comes up, and despite the good economic data, good non-farms, good GDP, good CPIs, everything, the market's still not rallying. And earnings came around and it's still not rallying, even with good earnings data. Like, there were some days when I saw like 80% of the earnings had beat expectations, yet the stocks popped and sold off. Now you know it's a liquidity crisis. People are trying to get out of the way as best as possible. Now we're finally dead. If you want my true opinion, you see how we're spinning like this? It's gonna curve faster. I think we get close to 6,000 in the S&P by the next 3 months, but I think that's it. I don't think we turn into, and like I said, it's very rare that I'm a bear. I know people are probably like, what? I don't think that it's a bear market over the long haul. I don't think it's a recession. I think that we've got this, and we've got this to play with. I think that we're gonna have a sort of thing. Maybe 6,000 might be a little much, maybe 63. Like, I think that, you know, this is where that liquidity was. I think that this is where the first stopping point's gonna be. And if the market's fine and Bitcoin's not crashing any further, we just keep going from there. Just a healthy correction on the way up. You can clearly tell the market's stalling, and the timing is like, if that's the case, when do we break highs? A year from now. It takes, you know, 3 months to fall, you know, and 3 months to get back to here, and then maybe it fights, and then maybe by the end of the year we break out. If that's the case. I'm not the one that's saying, yep, we're doing this week. We've had every good piece of data thrown at the market, and it's not doing that. What's left? GDP? Nope. Had that. CPI? Nope. Had that. Non-farms? Nope. Had that. PCE? Nope. Had that. Rate cuts? Nope. Had that. Oh, good earnings? Nope. Had that. Well, what else is left? There's nothing left. Market's kind of toast. And so it's going to be basically on days when gold is trading down and Bitcoin is trading down, the index is trading down. All things are lowering because the market is seeing that lack of liquidity in general and it's finally given up. So would I try to knife catch here? I wouldn't. I personally wouldn't at all. Yeah. So, you know, like Bitcoin and S&P and NASDAQ are all watching each other. Every time one ticks down, the other's going to tick down with it. It's like kind of crazy, right? Bitcoin's been selling since we started the stream, and S&P and NASDAQ been selling since we started the stream, and gold's been selling since we started the stream. I told you, as soon as the three of those line up to the downside, the market's going to sell off together. Because people are invested in a couple different places and everything's getting squeezed at once. People that are squeezed here might have to sell their Bitcoin. People squeezing Bitcoin might have to sell here. So you're going to see that for a while. A new Fed chair. I think that might cause a reversal to the positive side, especially if it's like somebody that's like super pro-Trump or whatever. But the Fed chair is historically not like, you know, partisan to politics. More so, I mean, maybe, I don't know, Greenspan kind of like fudged the market in 96 for the Clintons. But other than that, like, the Fed chair has pretty much been the Fed chair, as neutral as possible. Through like Bernanke, through Yellen, you know, through Powell. They tend like to stick to their guns and stick to the numbers more so than buckle the political pressure. Bernanke might have felt a little heat, you know, during the recession. Probably twisted his arm a little bit to start quantitative easing. But it also was the only way to prevent us from going into a, you know, 10-year-long Great Depression. So while a Fed chair might create like a knee-jerk rally, I think the greater thing is the Fed chair saying we're going to aggressively cut rates might stimulate Wall Street a little bit, but I still don't think it has to go far enough to stop the bleeding everywhere. I don't know if like the knee-jerk rally or two or reversal we'd get out of a new Fed chair would be enough to dislodge Bitcoin, gold, and everything selling, right? Like it could be like a 1 or 2 day reversal, and then the market still is like everyone that's still bleeding is like, oh, thank God I can get out higher. Phew, let me close out. I feel like there's nothing that's going to stop it until it's flushed out enough people. So, great free teaching session. Oh, thank you, Pat. Gotta make some use out of this time here. Oh, I didn't update my little screenshot here. Had a few runners still hanging on. They weren't that much, but everything's finally closed. So these guys here. Let me refresh this. That includes big money, 3,000 bucks in the million account. So by the end of this challenge, hopefully I made $1 million bucks from the 100K start, just to show the 10x. Bloodbath in all the sectors. Yeah. Next week lifetime discount beat. Black Friday. No, people have been asking enough, at least, especially since the last boot camp. We'll probably do a spring sale sometime this month, next month. We try to hit one like twice a year. We'll probably do one this month, yeah. So would I buy 6840? Probably not. Next boot camp is going to start in late March. Am I ever trading if I long ES on a tap with volume spike? Not ever trading. No. Not ever trading at all. Do what you think you need to do. If you have reason for it, then you're never ever trading. I get the day off today. Solid. Solid, boys. I don't have to go to my funded TV. So about 11, I'm done. Okay, hold on. Okay, cool. Ever heard of Paula Prop Firm? I haven't heard of them. How much is the boot camp again? $20. That's it. You've been learning trading on a real account instead of props? That's not a mistake. Yeah, no, there's nothing wrong with that at all, man. If you're trading, props are for people that can't fund themselves easily or don't want to fund themselves. Props, the only reason you want the extra hardness of props is to give yourself the ability to fund yourself after all the fees, taxes, and rules and the hardness of it. You can walk away funding yourself like 10x your money. Think of a prop as a place you're going to 10x your money. Don't buy into the fact that you're going to like get $1 million payout with a $20 account. It's not going to happen to you. Every one of my friends has made $1 million payouts, but hundreds of thousands in to get there. Think of a prop as a place that you're going to 10x your total investment if you're lucky enough and good and beat the rules. So like if you only have $1,000 to your name and you want a shot at making 10, then you're going props. Now you got 10,000 to your name. Now you got 10,000 to trade with. That's what props really should be thought of as doing, is a place for you to maybe get a bigger bankroll to start out. Props isn't like, I'm going to make, there's like a bunch of jokers on Twitter that are always posting, look at this, I made 30,000 here, 40,000 here, made $500,000 this year. People aren't making that much money at the end of the day. When you start to add it all up, the net take home, you know, for every $1 million of payout that you hear people saying, the net take home is less than half of it, almost every time. And I'll die on that hill because I know the stats. And so props, if you can manage without it, don't ever go with it. There's no reason to take the extra rules unless you need the extra money. 100% 11. I'm gonna play some Mark Raiders, probably. But props are like very good if you need that or you want to limit your capital. Like props have a fixed loss in them, and that's why people also who can fund themselves like the props, because they're like, I just 10x my money, limited risk, slightly harder, but I can 10x. Okay, and then they look at it like that. Yeah, video for newbies. Ron, just come to the streams every day. I mean, I'm live every single day, all day. I've got 2 other streamers starting tomorrow. We have a morning show, an afternoon show, and an evening show. So somebody always here is gonna be trading. We have a ton of videos on our website published about the strategy. Just go to Rocket Scooter website, or sorry, go to the YouTube channel, and the videos near the top kind of go over what we do. In our boot camp, we have training videos that when you join our, use our platform or use our tools, there's all this training videos that come with it. And that's kind of like the best way to learn. The access to the platform is 50% off for the first month on the website. It's all in the description of the video if you can see all the links down there. Everyone says focus on base hits when trading props. So to trade summer strategy, yours think base hits are for gamblers in queue rather than trading size comfortable with. I think so. Yeah, Sonny, you're not wrong. I think the whole only go for base hit strategy is really only useful when you're trying to avoid trailing drawdown. Base hits, yeah, gamblers and suckers try to trade base hit strategy. Otherwise, there's no reason to just try to inch your way forward because base hits require you to be winning more trades. The market's designed in such a way that you're not going to beat it over time. Less is more. You want to try to do fewer things and fewer things when trading. Base hits are a strategy to avoid trailing drawdown. You get in and get out before it turns against you. And that's it. Like the market is falling and volatile and falling and volatile and falling and volatile. If you just short 5 contracts in Apex account, you blew up here and you blew up here just because it's bouncing against you. You blew up. So base hits are like, get your 40 points and close out, let it return, trade it again and close out, let it return. So you're taking extra stabs to get over trailing drawdown rules. That's the only time I tell people, yeah, go for base hits. Anyone else saying go for base hits, they're really just gambling because why would you keep swinging the bat over and over and over and over again in a market that's going to beat you over time? Trying to trade for 3 points and 5 points. Look, I don't ever talk smack about Stephen K because he's on My Funded Futures, but like that style of day trading, I'll challenge it. I don't think it's profitable. And I don't think you can trade that quickly. What's up? Like 3-point, 4-point base hits? I don't think you can emulate that because you have to be so perfectly accurate in such a noisy environment. Cover yourself. Cover yourself. Oh my God, guys, look what we made yesterday. What I'm saying is that if some people can manage it, yeah, but I'm going to tell you, the more you do on the smaller the time frame, the less you're going to be profitable. Look at this, baby. I made pretzel bun last night. Hold on. This is the best. You got the best looking one here. I like this one. Look at this. Pretzel buns, baby. One of my hobbies. We have like water. I couldn't find my bottle for some reason. I couldn't find it. I couldn't find either of them. Okay. So like one of the things I like to do is bake and cook. She bakes a lot more than I do. She makes bread more than I do. But I make pretzels. That's one of my signature recipes. So I made pretzel buns last night just to make it, to have some tasty little. Look at the color in that bad boy. Look at that. Look how good that is. And apparently I got this this egg sandwich on a pretzel bun. I don't do bread as much as I used to. She's really good at bread though. We have never done sourdough though. But that's like the next thing she wants to try. Somebody says that's why SK never shows his trades. Look, I'm not saying anything about anybody, but that's why, yeah, I would say that's a suspicion that is well justified. If people don't show their trades, ask them why. Again, nothing against him, smart guy, but you can't trade that kind of trading. You can't be so accurate on such a small scale. The more you do, the more you're gonna lose. Base hit philosophy. Less is more, man. And I'll tell you, the less you do, aim for bigger, more rigid plays rather than I'm gonna get my 10 points in NASDAQ and 5 points in NASDAQ. If you're going for 5 and 10 points in NASDAQ, you're just a junkie, dude. You're like fucking freebasing that shit. You can't get enough. You can't stand being out of the market. There's no way psychologically you're stable in the head. No way. You're a gambling addict at that point. So do I only use puts short term? I only use puts short term, yeah, as much as I can. Calls I'll hold a little bit longer. If I can. But puts, the problem with puts, as I was saying earlier, is the way I use puts is this, okay? You guys know we have monthly maps, right? There's bull zone, there's bear zone. And the minute that the market falls into bear zone on monthly maps, the very next green day that we have that doesn't breach the bull zone, that day I'll buy puts. And I'll usually will buy puts for like 6 weeks out, give or take. And I'm just hedging while I'm continuing to long the market. If I continue to long the market and get burned and get burned and get burned, then I just stop longing the market. And then the puts gain value as the market falls out. Puts, the problem with holding puts for long periods of time is that market tops are usually a process. They will sit there forever, for months, and then finally start to move, and then they pick up steam. You got to get in exactly the right moment, exactly the right strike and expiration. With calls, it's the opposite. When the market's falling, calls are getting cheaper and cheaper by the moment. And usually markets like V up. The mechanic of it. Markets never sit at the bottom at 0 or at the bottom, just sit there and then decide to rally. You never see a market sell off. Like I guess every market sell off in history is like a V or a W. It's never and then turn around. So you don't have the problem with markets. With calls, you're looking for a sharp V or a sharp W to kick it around. With puts, you're usually holding for long periods of time, and they usually bleed out before the market dies. So with puts, you have to spend a whole lot more money buying puts for a crash than you do buying calls for a rally. And you have to usually, because you have to buy longer expiration, you have to give yourself many months for market. Like this last since December has been an example. December finally to February, 3 months out, we're finally breaking lows of the month, you know? So that's why I don't speculate buying puts for a crash. I only speculate buying calls for a recovery because it's much easier to see this than it is to time that. And so I will grab calls to try to make $1 million on the way up, you know, from a 100K start, 10 to 20X. With puts, it's more like when the market sort of is doing this and I still want to be long, I still want to be long, still want to be long. It gives me that sign that things might be unstable. Then I've got puts underneath me, so I can still long and still long and still long and still long and still long. And the minute I lose really big, the market crash, well, I've got insurance the entire, 6 weeks just in case the market does fall out. So he said, do you think going for base hits versus going for 100K a day or bust is a great comparison? I don't think you could say going for 100K means anything. There's no context for that number. 100K relative to what? If you have $200 million in a trading account, 100K is a penny to you. So it depends on what you're trying to say. If you're in a boat like me and you're like, hey, I want to 10x an account in a month. I'm doing this to show off, to make a big amount of money, just to show off that I can do it. I've subscribed to the risk. I've stated that's what I'm going to do. And then I said, we're going to go with it. Go with it. It's not like, if you accept the risk, then you're doing everything you need to be doing if it's okay to you. Like people, what's kind of interesting, and I see on socials a lot, is, I'm one of the only people that trades a real live account. I'm the only people that has multiple millions of dollars in brokerage accounts, like that actually trades, that actually makes a lot of money doing this. And a lot of people that don't have a lot to say about what I do, but none of them are at the level. I don't ever see a single person out there. Like I say, I got an open challenge. If somebody wants to run around the block with me and put 5 million in an account, we'll race to 10. We'll trade for pink slips. I'll take the winner takes the loser's account. I'll take your money off your hands at any given point in time if you like, but nobody out there has got that money to trade. Like everyone on social media is struggling to make $100,000 a year. Even these prop payout kids, they barely got $1 million to their name. That's why they're so show bunny about it. When you're worth multiple 8 figures, your wealth advisors tell you to shut the fuck up about it. You never hear me talking about, hey guys, I made a $3 million bet on Nvidia this morning. You don't hear me talk about that. I don't ever really, I could shut people up by posting, you know, my tax return, Jesus Christ. But I don't care to, because I kind of don't want the world to know how much money. When you start making money and you tell people how much you make, all the world's gonna do is try to take it from you. Your lawyers and wealth advisors tell you to shut the fuck up about your money once you got it. So I know these people have accountants to their name managing millions of dollars of wealth, because your accountant will tell you the same thing. If you got money, you don't be telling people where you get it from. You tell people your business idea, they're gonna copy your business. You tell people you got cash sitting around, they're gonna pitch you ideas to borrow or to steal it from you. You gotta be very, very, very smart about where your money comes. Talking about shoe collection. Shoe collection. What do you want to know about it? Base hits are actually very low risk, but base hits require you to trade a lot. And that's where the problem comes from. Trading too much on too small of a move is, you're trading within the realm of noise. That's the reason. When I say base hits is the realm of noise. Imagine here, you took base hits. Oh, I made a small short. Ooh, I made a small short. Ooh, I made a small short. Perfect. But then here, it's like, damn it, I lost. Damn it, I lost. Damn it, I lost. Damn it, I lost. Damn it, I lost, right? Base hits work until they don't. And when they don't, it's because of stuff like this. And the 10 or 15 points you're looking for, you just get chopped up in the noise. And so that's why I say, like, so I says TBM trades base hits. Well, you know, teach their own, right? I'm gonna tell you, you need to make an adequate reward for the risk and trade as little as possible. And that's how you make money. The less you do, the more you're gonna make. That's a true story. Anyways, to go out the 15 tools. Okay, the 15 different tools that we have. Okay, we have liquidity map, which is a function of bull zone, bear zone, hedge pressure, monthly hedge pressure. These are all hedging things related to gamma. Liquidity pockets. We've got a single number that appears here when the stock market is open, called the we call it DD ratio, or bull bear bias ratio. It's just a single number that tells you if the stocks are bullish or not. We have resilience, which is a gap fill predictor. We have hedge pressure and monthly hedge pressure resilience, which is a flow predictor at these levels. Here's the confluence indicator. We've got those. We have arbitrage, which is an indicator that tells you if the futures are leading or lagging behind the implied value of the index. So essentially all these leading indicators that are watching the internals and give me some hints and clues. We've got margin buffer limits, which is an exploit of how far markets move on a single run. We have illiquidity pivots, which are rebalance points on a market imbalance move. So if you go to the Discord, all those tools and what they do are detailed here. Let me show it to you. Our 15 tools are all written right here. Some of them are market avoidance strategies. Some of them are different things. So we teach you a VIX strategy. We teach you how to identify a catalyst to stay out of the market, like how to sit out of the market. We teach you irrational markets based on risk interval bands, monthly hedge pressure. We look at VIX liquidity pockets and bullishness. We look at a contango effect on VIX to allow ourselves to understand if markets are going to overshoot pivots or just basically turn really quickly. We've got MHPs. Oh, that's MHP break. This is MHP bounce. We've got yellow line and red line, which are lumped together, but these are 2 of the 15. These are indicators that, like I told about earlier, illiquidity pivot and margin buffer limit is there. And then all the other liquidity maps, pivots, tools, resilience, I already explained all of that. And then our arbitrage tool. All of these are tools that we've invented that utilize a main, like the main focus of them is to stand on the premise that the stock market is random and price action can be predicted. So we do other things. We predict where volume will be, predict where volume pivots will be. And then we use these arbitrage or internals indicators to mirror where the stock is going to what the index is doing, or the futures are doing. Then we can look for discrepancies and make the trades there. When you come here, when the stock market's open, you will see magic when you see this arbitrage tool, resilience tools in action. They will predict very accurately behavior inside of the gap, whether we're gapping and going. Like an example today, if the stock market was open, majority of the stocks would have been gapped down and traded down, which is why the Nasdaq fell to the other side of this box. So like we have essentially an indicator that'll tell me what happens inside of here because we're watching what the stocks are doing. So somebody said, oh, the conversation earlier, you can always tell when someone is new to money. Yeah, they want to tell you about every penny they make. 100%. That's so you know somebody doesn't got, like when you start making so much money and you start filing and you're filing your own taxes and then you have these huge tax returns and you're like, what the heck? You're like, let me hire an accountant to manage my finances because I'm getting rich now. The accountant teaches you all the tricks of the books and tell you how it works. Then, you know, the accountant's also like, you know, you probably should get like an attorney as well to kind of like, you know, tax advisor or even like a general counsel. You know, a business attorney to manage all your businesses, something. I have 6 attorneys on retainer currently at this moment in time. Like, you have different needs for people. They always tell you, don't let anybody know how much you make and where you get it, where it comes, where it goes. The more people know about it, the more they're going to take it from you. Like, shut up about it. I know it's big on socials for new money to brag about the new money they have, but silence is golden when it comes to wealth. And like I said, half the reason I'll tell you guys the business, like the properties that I have, the business I run and stuff, is because freaking social media trolls will be leaving me bad Yelp reviews. Like if I had a restaurant, maybe I do. You know, they'd be saying, oh, the steaks give me food poisoning, blah, blah, blah. So I don't really showcase a lot of what I do. So my futures trading account, every time you see me pick up my phone on stream, I'm trading on my phone. In my actual futures account. I don't show it. Half the reason is it's nobody's business a big trade I'm going to make. Another thing is I don't like people crowding my trades. If I got $1 million on the line in a bet, last thing I'm going to do is tell people about it. Hey. Hi. Oh, you did not do that. That is so cool of you. Hey, guess what? I'm off at 11.
Are?
I don't have to do my funded.
Why?
Half day.
I thought the...
What? Eastern.
Oh?
Yeah, so they don't need me. They told me I had the day off.
Forget. Have a...
When you said performance review, I thought you could be like dancing. Like an audition. What kind of performance are we talking? Rushing it. Okay. Okay. Has IDOC reattempted the matcha? Where's the matcha today? Can we not do matcha? No, don't go downstairs again. I feel so bad she went down to get me my water. That's really nice of you. Don't go down and make matcha. Nah, you don't have to. You don't have to. Uh-oh. I never finish my coffee. Like 3 or 4. But there's a reason for that. Because I almost died. I'm so careful.
So,
yeah. Well, it's because of this, right? You guys know I used to be a freaking crackhead when it came to like energy drinks and
I can see energy drinks now.
Dude, like I said, I call myself a crackhead. Yeah, no, I almost died from my blood pressure problems. Like literally, I would sit there and I took Adderall for my ADHD. Then I would slam an energy drink like a Celsius, and then I'd sit there and sip on coffee all morning. Like literally a freaking stimulant crackhead at this point. And my blood pressure was like, it wasn't because of that, but it definitely didn't make it better. My blood pressure was super high, like freaking 240. You know, at the highest. I was hospitalized a couple years for it. It was crazy. I know.
Even a person that doesn't have blood pressure advised to get.
Yeah. No, but the thing is that it's because of a tolerance, right? The reason it isn't just like I woke up and was like, let's just get cranked out on stims. It was tolerance over the years. Like, you know, as you take ADHD meds all your life, you don't feel it.
Yeah.
Your body's accustomed to it.
Yeah.
So you constantly like, then I drink an energy drink, then I'm not feeling it either. So it's like, you know, at some point the doctor's like, all right, you got to stop with some of that. So then I stopped all things. I'm like, all right, I don't want to die. So I don't want a heart attack from this. So I stopped taking meds for ADHD and I just started becoming dumber, which is okay. I feel like I'm slightly dumber. I'm more forgetful. That's for sure. But I gave her all my energy drinks and then I get coffee and I just sip on it just a little bit at a time.
Also wasting.
I should, you know, I should probably use a portion of that packet. Can you tell your mom to bring me like 10 bags of that?
I'm like deathly.
You know what's so great? You just don't have to tell her. She don't have to know.
I wasn't raised like that though. You don't lie. You had to fess up.
Listen, we went to get our nails done, a pedicure, and your mom's like, they were giving out coffee. Your mom's like, cover me. She's like, put it in her purse because it's free. We're like, you know, it's free. You don't have to like, you know. Yeah. I'm the kind of person when they have free mints at the restaurant, I'm like, open your purse. They're free. So I'm always like that. But anyways, drinking energy drink and coffee together, dude, I was feeling like I could feel like it was hurting my health. So now I just barely sip on. I'm so afraid to like do anything. I just sip on coffee a little bit. Slippery slope, man.
Because I was so wasting all energy. All of it.
No, I gotta let the dough rise more next time because pretzel doughs are usually fluffier. Almost like a Hawaiian roll, but not as fluffy. This is too it's too dense, yeah. I didn't let it rise enough. I don't know, maybe I didn't put enough sugar in it, the yeast, because like
That makes
There's nothing different with pretzel dough and regular dough other than pretzel dough is dipped in the baking soda to cure the ends of it. It's the same recipe, it's just flour, sugar, salt, yeast. Yeah, like the density of the bread is just from the yeast. Not enough rising. Or too much handling. Like after it's risen. Like when we rolled the balls. But it's already, you might have a better ratio of yeast and sugar and stuff, right? But
it definitely like the second handling. Put it in and I don't bake it with. Like it will blow up too high and I have to.
well, that's the thing. Yeah, if you like the second, yeah, if you handle it too much, you just have to proof it longer the second time because you squeezed out all the air. It just takes longer. So. Yeah, it should have kept rising, but we got impatient. We were making this at like midnight. Yep. So here's your 6840 hedge pressure. If there's a long, it's from here. I'm probably not interested in trading any further. The stock market closed. Everybody here. These junkies playing Arc Raiders all day. Look at them. Look at chat. That's all they do. That's all these people do. if I'm nicer to you, will you play with me? I kind of raged at her one time in the game and she hasn't played since, so I'm sorry about that. But it wasn't really bad raging. I got mad because she kept running into the lightning electromagnetic storm. I'm like, dodge the lightning. And she's like, I don't know which button to push. And I was like, it's the same button you always dodge. And I'm like, I don't play enough to remember the buttons. I was like, we got to play more. Well, I don't want to play more.
After that, you went.
About what?
About playing games. Don't ever pay attention to what you do. You get so pissed. This is what you do in life. Don't pay attention.
Arc Raiders is high stakes, guys. It definitely is. It's high stakes. I had a rage moment.
You always do this. And then you bring about everything that I don't pay attention to. All
like,
because of Arc Raiders. I'm like, holy shit.
I was like, you need to pay attention. When the lightning strikes, you need a dodge roll. Which button's dodge roll? Well, you would know if you played more. She's got to make some more. I know, she's got to join the crew with us. I'll be nicer if you play with everybody.
I don't know. It wouldn't be you, Rage. Everybody else.
Everyone else will be nice too. I don't know. Maybe half these people are ragers. Problem is when you duo queue, the problem is that you get PvP here. So what happened? No, it was electromagnetic storm. We're running around. She keeps getting zapped by lightning. And I should have started you off on easy mode. We should have played damn Battlegrounds like 20 times before we even win Electro. But anyways, somebody was shooting at me from far away and it's just the two of us. And she never fired a gun one time ever, except for like killing a hornet or something. And then I was like, okay, there's somebody shooting at us. So let's hide and heal. And I want you to go out and shoot them because he can't kill both of us. And so when I ran around the corner to heal, the guy was like sniping from really far away. And he approached both of us as one person. So I got around the corner. He actually happened to kill me. And then he turned around and killed her before she even pulled her gun out to shoot him. I was like, he can't get both of us, but he got both of us. And then you got zapped by lightning. It's a hard game. But maybe collect those lightnings. Oh yeah. It's free money, man. Wait, your wife got sourdough classes, Mike, over Christmas, has been making sourdough. Bro, I would tell you, if we had sourdough, I would like want fresh sourdough every week too.
Oh yeah, I started it because a month habit.
We should just make our own starter and just go with it. People are always like, you can borrow my starter. I'm always like, ugh, like I don't want your goopy yeast.
But
I know.
The thing is that that's the really old starter that's passed around the world.
I don't even eat other people's leftovers, man. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Yeast, like, I know, but you have to do nice. I thought of that too. I was like, so gross.
All a starter is just flour and yeast and water, right?
Yeah, but actual starter. Find a starter.
Doesn't sound that hard.
Let's go on this. Give you a little.
How do you know she doesn't pick her nose before she touches it? I'm always these
But
food
he's
phobias.
probably in-
Yeah.
It's like, man, you have to throw that.
That's true.
So they give you a little bit of nurturing.
I know, it's just like somebody handing you their like jar of like booger juice and I'm just like, bleh, I'm gonna eat that for the rest of my life. No, but seriously though, Tyler said he played Arc Raiders for a few this weekend and wasn't able to get into it. He's not really good at it. I gotta tell you though, it'd be fun if you played with some of the people from stream. These guys are fun to game with. They're kind of fun. The extra flavor. Ever play Rocket League? I did a little bit. Did you play Rocket League?
I did.
Did you like it?
And it was hard to control the. But
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. No, I never played Tarkov. I didn't. This is my first extraction shooter game. I want to make the pretzel again. I'm still gonna do something with it. I wouldn't give that away. They're so it's not good. So I if you give it to people, then we'll lose street cred.
I mean, my grass would have been cut.
It's just don't talk about that. I'm so mad.
No, people are trying to like on the turf now. I'm it.
They're very confused because half of our lawn is turf and the other half is grass that they come through, they peek in the door like, oh, it's turf, we're not gonna mow it. We're like the other half of the yard. So they haven't mowed the grass since ever.
Oh.
It's not because of leveling, it's because of overwatering in winter time. In the summer, it just got very wet because when me and your mom are like, she's like, keep adding water, keep adding water, keep adding water. And that's what happened because the water had nowhere to go and there's no sunshine to dry it up. When it gets hot outside, it'll dry it up. We just overwater. And plus I was testing the sprinklers too, which I kind of just watered the grass that never dried. Yeah, it's totally, the drainage is fine, I think. It just hasn't dried out ever. And there's no grass there. That's another thing. There's like, because when we dug up, you know, that spot, the grass that we put there didn't take root and grow. And so like when your mom cut it, and we pulled it up, it didn't survive that. So the grass usually will eat the water and drink the water. So it like helps, but there's no grass there. So it's in the spring probably.
Like,
it'll take forever for that to happen. It's better just to dig it up and put down some San Augustine. Yeah, but like in the spring, that way we don't have the issue. If we can get some maybe next month. Can I have a hug? Can I? Oh wait, hold on. Off screen. Oh. Cover up. Get her PJs on. Ah! Booger juice. Yeah, exactly, right? I've seen people showing me their sourdough starters. Looks like booger juice. That. Nice call in the 40s. Yeah, so those of you guys paying attention, right? This is monthly hedge pressure, John Morocco. That's the pivot I told you guys about, the high volume pivot. The only reason I'm not trading there is because, like I said, we don't have any evidence of which way the stocks are going. Some stock market's closed. But that's how good our pivots are. I mean, that's right on point. And if there was a long, it was from there. I just didn't care to take it. So a lot of people, Dom says, are good who are working 9 to 5. And people are literally just playing with no lifestyle. Oh, 100%. So does Rocket Scooter offer other things like order flow and dark pool and stuff? No, Sui, we don't. We focus specifically on our unique style. And it's a whole different tool set that nobody has. Like nobody has this kind of information because we kind of created this whole new school of trading info. But add this to your arsenal. Like I said, everybody that watches the stream is a user pretty much of the software. They swear by it. Like it's a great addition to anything because what we give that other things don't give is we give you pivots. We literally hand pivots to you. See the orange pivots there? What did I do wrong? I get balloons. I have to be quiet because she told me to shut up. I can only speak when I'm allowed to. Or she hits me. That's cute. It's because the other balloons were finally like deflated. Now we got more balloons. Dude, this is dope. Look at this. Happy Valentine's Day, my loves. I love all of you. Am I the sub and she's the dom? Pretty much. You see the dog collar she makes me wear? I get 3 of them or more. I do enjoy those. Those are very Those are very inflated. Thank you. St. Augustine gets chinch bugs. Dude, I know, man. I was fighting chinch bugs my last 2 houses ago. And they got really, in Texas, it gets really bad. Oh yeah. You start to see those circles in your lawn. Yep. Lucky for us, like most of our neighbors, they're all turfed, so you don't have like a lot of grass, so you don't have a lot of bugs in general. Like coming over from the neighbor's yard, like I don't see a lot of pests, which is kind of nice. We have a possum there. Every once in a while, Pickle will start growling at the window, and I kept looking out there like somebody was out there. And then one time, the minute he was growling, I jumped up and ran to the backyard, and the possum was just... The possum ran behind the air conditioner and disappeared. I have no idea how he gets in and out, but... So we got a pet possum somewhere, and he comes back like once a week. Or she comes back. The overnight levels definitely apply during the day, yes. Stress the grass for deep roots. Don't overwater. Yeah, 100%, 100%. Phosphorus and potassium in the fall. Yeah. Well, the thing was, remember we had that big project they did in the backyard where they essentially ripped everything up. You guys remember, for context, let me show you all our backyard. I remember the... I have a video. Oh, I don't have the video? Oh. Anyways. The, they put down all this fresh sod. Like half of the yard is turf for like a cool little sitting area. The other half is actual grass for the dog that do his business in. And they put down some sod, you know, in the fall when they finished this project. But the thing was that it's just like, it was all there, everything was fine. But then like we had to dig up some of it because I planted a garden there. So we ripped up the grass and I put a garden there. And then what I ripped up, I tried to transplant and move, and it didn't take. And then I was also testing the sprinklers, and her mom was like watering the garden after we built it up. And then it just has been mushy for the last 2 months. Are we ending the stream early? Yeah, so the stream we're gonna end right at 11. So I'll do a little giveaway pretty soon, and then we'll get out of this. You have a horticultural degree? No way, dude. All right, I need to talk to you then. I would totally, like, if I got some info for me, that'd be exciting. I'm all about having a nice lawn, but like I don't have a lot of lawn anymore since the yard is all. Let me see if I've got the video somewhere. Thought I did. I'm so excited to show y'all. It's almost done now. Last thing you have to do is the lighting. And the lighting guy, the electrician guy that's doing it's the one that's doing the internet stuff for us right now. Let's see, is this it? Oh, I don't have one with all the furniture though. Well, let me post up. Oops. Heck. Oh well. Have a good day, Dom. See you later, man. Which prop firm is the best to make like 100K and be able to get on a reasonable amount of time period? Take Profit or Apex are probably your two options to get big payouts like that. Other prop firms with payout caps are gonna throttle how much you can make over time. So, Sui, to re-answer your question about like our tools, it's a whole different style. So what we have that adds to pretty much anyone else's style is something that's truly unique. We give predictable high volume pivots, pre-populated. These are populated since yesterday at 4:30. And then we have indicators that are arbitrage based on what the index and discrepancy between index and the underlying stocks. So these are directional and position sizing confluence indicators, and then we have pivots to trade from. So I could pick a trade plan from A to B before the day even starts. I'm like, I'm going to buy here and sell there. I know exactly what I'm doing, and then I use the indicators to gauge the strength of that move and the probability of that to bet big or bet small. And it goes with hand in hand with any other type of trade. Our stuff is leading indicators. This is what makes our things different. Having volume pivots ahead of time, and then knowing the stocks are moving before the index ahead of time. That's all leading indicator, which is different. What's the status of the NT8 launch? Go charting is first, so that's trucking along pretty nicely. We're just working through the kinks on that. The NinjaTrader will be next. So our tools are about to be featured natively in 2 major trading platforms. Or I think the market will close today. I think it's lower, and I think even after the halt, we trade down and touch lower DD bands at least to get started. If we lose 68.40 on Nasdaq, remember we're probably going to close at lunchtime, like right around here. But like I said, if we open up below this, I mean it's another path down. So when the market halt ends, when futures halt ends today at 5 o'clock, or sorry, 6 o'clock Eastern, then if we're below 68.40, I mean it's going to probably fall all night. Contact the local garden gurus. All right, I will. Our levels are amazing. You're watching them combined with Bookmap's daily strategy. Any kind of order flow or order aggregate strategy that shows you, like an example is we'll have a pivot, right? And you just know that's the pivot. And then when it falls and gets there, the Bookmap starts going ding, 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 ding. Yeah, something's happening right now. Bookmap doesn't know the level. It's just reacting to what's going on with the order flow, right? On the level 2. When you put the two hand in hand together, like you're prepared for the level instead of just being across the room and hearing ding, ding, ding. Oh crap, something's going on. Let me run on my computer. I mean, I've got alarms set on my phone when we're 5 points away from monthly hedge pressure. I'm like, oh, I'm getting close. Cool. Hold on, babe. Pause the movie. Buy 20 contracts. All right, set a stop. Get back to it. Being able to be in early and plan is perfect, and having confluence to go with it. Technical analysis, ICT, Bookmap, all this stuff is incomplete because you can't plan. You can only react. They're all reactionary. ICT is reacting to something, right? Ours is planning. So when you mix the planning plus reacting, the reacting is the confluence to your plan, then you have a dynamite strategy. Example is markets falling here, does this, it's that. Or your ICT trader got in here. I got in here. His entry signal is my confirmation signal. So I'm early, and early is all that matters when it comes to day trading. The more first you are in and the more first you are out, the more money you're going to make. The more efficient you are with catching that wave. And exactly like my short was exactly from here, and I closed there. All day long, everyone else is probably struggling to like catch a trade, and I'm just sitting out with money in my pocket. So the first in and first out philosophy can only happen if you have justifiable pivots based on volume. And we're just clever because we use options to extract that info. Any beta testers for NC? Nah, when it goes live, it's just going to go live. So whenever we kick it to live, you guys, it's going to basically just be, you guys will be the beta testers if y'all want to check it out. We're not going to publish, like until until we're okay with it, we're not going to publish that it's on Ninja until we all sign off on it. I'll let you guys, as soon as it's live, I'll let y'all play with it immediately. Y'all can just let me know and give me feedback. Yeah, bookmap is excellent for the exit as well. You can see when the move is slowing down, so you can front run your TP level. Yeah, 100%. The thing that you have in your arsenal with our tools are, here's the pivot. This is what's important. So I can look at this and say, okay, this is important. This is important. This, no, I don't know. Let me sit out. S&P, this is important. This is important. Down here, yeah, sit out. Up here, yeah, sit out. Like I know where I can play from at places, so I can isolate certain areas where trades can pivot off of. And again, like I said, my million challenge isn't the first time I've done something like this. You know, I won 2 trading competitions last year. Rock Suitor Traders got 2nd place in a team competition last year against every major influencer in the world. We barely got edged out by Rips at the end of it, Rips' team, but we were in the top 3 the entire time. Our stuff is extremely solid. Our traders, we prove it in and out. Our channel went viral this year. We get 1 million views a month now. It's a whole new school of trading, volume prediction, and we've kind of pioneered the whole school of it. It's called volume prediction. Why predict price? That stuff's random. Volume, it's pretty accurate. I mean, it's very accurate, as a matter of fact. You can be pretty exact. Can't guess. You're still guessing which way it goes, but at least when you're right or when you're wrong, you're right and wrong from the right place, which is the most important thing. And we have a song that says wrong from the right place, because it matters. If you're right from the wrong place, you're still wrong on the trade, which is kind of crazy. Trade is not about which direction you pick. It's about where you get in. It's the most important part of it, other than position sizing. So if I'm right on the direction and I short from the wrong place, I can lose. And short from the wrong place, I can lose. If you're right from the wrong place, it's still a loss. If you're wrong from the right place, then you always lose small. Aha. Because I know exactly that the pivot is where I need to be paying attention. And then if I'm wrong, I'm just wrong small. Because I know that I'm invalidated quicker. When you're wrong from the right place, invalidation happens much quicker, and therefore you are always wrong small. Bum, 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 bum. You watch both me and Rips. You guys are awesome. I'm going to say that Rips is one of the few people out there who's just like a raw, real money trader. I don't know much about his style, but when I look at people that do this and play the game, I can tell within 5 minutes of talking to somebody how much success they've had in this. I've known so many successful traders, but like real ones, right? And I've known so many failure traders. I can just look at somebody and I can tell within first 2 sentences of what they say if they've made it in this world or not. And I can tell you, I can count on one hand of the influencers, streamers, YouTubers, Twitter gurus, payout princesses, all these fuckers out there. I count on one hand of people that I could say that have made it to the level that Rips has made it, or I've made it, or others have made it. I'm talking 10-figure plus or 8-figure plus net worths, multi-million dollars a year on your tax returns, people like that, on the whole FinTwit space. Now, I know a ton of traders who are very, very successful, making 10 million a year plus. They're not on Twitter and not selling a course. And in the educational space, I can name less than 5 people that I know have 8-figure net worths as a day trader. They're selling you guys shit. Almost every single fucking person, and I mean, and I say every right now to put an umbrella under everybody. And you can say, well, what about this guy? What about this guy? Yes, that guy. Whoever you're going to say, yes. They're not. They're faking it. 100%. For some of the few people, I give props to you that's not faking it. Payout princesses. Oh, I like it. It's even funnier when it's like a different prop from every other day. Check out this payout. Check out that payout. Check out this payout. You would think by that point, you would just manage millions of dollars of assets yourself in day trade without giving a split, a 20% of it up to somebody. And the highest tax bracket to Uncle Sam and paying resets and entry fees. It just sounds like the dumbest thing in the world, sustainably, for someone to pretend they make millions of dollars doing that. Props are small money, and I don't care how you frame it. They just don't want you to know. And I bring that up a lot, and people don't like it because it blows a hole in their shtick. Their shtick is, I made $1 million in prop payouts. No, you didn't. They paid you $1 million. When you net at the end of that, you walked home with a lot less than half of that. All that work, all those rules, split your payout, split your high taxes. Wouldn't you? Because you haven't made your first million in life. You're not at the I've made it money. You're not at the I can buy my house with cash money yet. That's you're still building your bankroll, which is understandable. If you're still trading props and you've made hundreds of thousands in payouts, you don't have $1 million in cash sitting in your bank account. You would immediately start trading on your own if you had securable wealth that would pay all your bills and pay all your luxuries and give you the lifestyle you want. You would immediately cease prop trading instantly because of the 5 benefits you get from leaving that world. No profit split, better taxes, better leverage, no rules, no payout caps. Like, why would you stay there for an extended period of time if you're crushing it? Nobody would, unless you're just an idiot. I like to say they're not an idiot. It just supports the greater drive of income, which is selling prop accounts to people. Payout princesses are very good at showing you guys how easy it is to get a payout, but they don't show you how much they pay in. They don't show you their tax return for a reason. They don't pull out their 1099, show you how much they really took home and how much they paid in and all that. Anyways, back to what I was saying. Rips is one of the real folks out there that's certainly 8-figure net worth, crushing it, high stakes roller. They have a lot in common. They trade as an LLC or individual. I trade as an individual. There's pros and cons to both. And I show these things, these papers. I'm not a prop trader. Like, I just show my broker statement. That's on Twitter. I'm only trading one prop at a time, sometimes 2, in a marketing arrangement to market them. And these prop firms pay me to trade their shit on their stream, on my stream. So I show it off. I don't trade 5, 10, 20 prop accounts at once. I don't do that stuff. What's Taco Bell like over here? They are one of the working class fast food franchises in the. They are the few Taco Bells in UK. Oh, you're in the UK. Hold on, let me get my glasses. How is Taco Bell? Like, how's the food or what? Taco Bell is like really good if you like that sort of food. I mean, it's like you usually go to Taco Bell when you're high and it's like 2 in the morning. You want some tacos. Sometimes I crave it though. Like I'm just like, man, I want some Taco Bell. I want an enchilada today. I don't know if they have those on the menu anymore. I used to crave the enchiladas. Like paying $15 for the squirts, yeah, pretty much. Like every once in a while you just want it. Like just a straight up taco. It's not bad, but if you want tacos, I'm gonna tell you. If you have a Dairy Queen in your city, Dairy Queen's tacos are infinitely better than Taco Bell's tacos. Dairy Queen tastes like Taco Tuesday taco, man. It is like crispy, good flavor. It doesn't all greasy. My mom's the one that turned me on to that. I'm not gonna lie. If your Dairy Queen has tacos, get it. My mom told me, she's like, Dairy Queen has the best tacos. And I'm like, all right, everyone says that. You know, when you decide to make tacos, you get your Ortega shells and you make your own taco meat with the mix and you blend it in. They're crispy and you got your fresh lettuce in there and tomato. And it's just like a crispy homemade taco. Nothing special about it, but exactly the tacos you would make. So Dairy Queen's is like. The Taco Bells are like, you know, like there's like, it's like they're real wet and moist, and Jack in the Boxes are greasy and fried. You won't be disappointed with Dairy Queen's tacos. And their burgers are some of the best burgers too. It's crazy how good Dairy Queen's food actually is. Compared to all the fast food, it's actually pretty good. If I were starting all over, what would I do? I would trade props after keys if I was just getting started. Props are the best way to build a bankroll. I try to secure myself $50,000 or $100,000 in bankroll and then start taking stabs at the market and like 10K stabs to try to make a little bit of money. Double the 10K, take 10K out. Double the 10K, take 10K out. And then just slowly build that way. Turn 100K into a couple 100K. Then maybe start with 20K and keep building it that way in your trading account. Like, you know, people don't understand about the prop system. You know, there's a ceiling, right? This is something people don't talk about as well. I'm probably one of the most informed people in the prop space. You know, we work closely with the props. Obviously, we know just about everything there is to know about how they operate and the risk models and stuff. I'll tell you, there's a ceiling in props. People, it may like sort of not really register to you, but you can't make infinity dollars in the prop space. Every prop firm has a cutoff point that cuts you off. At some point, every firm has a cap on what you can make on the sim side, and they push you to live. And most of them, if you fail live, you can't start over, you're done. They cut you off for good. Some of them let you start over, but you got to go through the system again. And so in general, you can only make so much from props before you exhaust all of them. You'll get to it, like Tradeify, you make your 80K or whatever, they push you to live, you're done. So you can't make infinity dollars from props. At some point, they're going to deny your payouts. They're going to push you to live, and all the firms will do it at some point. So like the ceiling, like what is the ceiling of a prop trader? It's never talked about because prop industry wants you to just keep, you know, keep on jabbing, I guess. But there's a ceiling. Like what is the most paid out prop? What do you guys think of what it is in chat? I'll ask you. What do you think the highest paid out prop trader is, adding up all they've ever made? What do you guys think from what you've heard of on social medias and stuff? Like, you ever stop to think about this? No, like in general, like which trader out there, what do you think the most amount a single trader has ever taken from props? Like the person in the lead that's won more than anything else. Somebody says about 6 million. Yeah, you're talking about like a couple million range. Somebody said, yeah, not me. Yeah, as you guys are seeing, like Jade Cap and some of these other people, right? A couple million, right? 2-3 million, maybe. I don't know what the Forex side is. Maybe it's bigger. I'm sure he's one of the bigger futures ones. But Forex maybe sometimes bigger. But right, like you're talking like that's it. So when you're aiming for like, you know, what's the lottery winner like? They're not sitting there with $50 million in prop haul. The average person doing this, after all the fees and all the expenses, all the take home, they're making a couple hundred grand a year. That's it. The occasional grand slam by a Jade Cap is a couple million. After taxes, you're netting a little bit over $1 million, some change. You know, and so that's the best you can ever hope to do. So realistically, think about that. It may seem like somebody you follow on Twitter always has a $50,000 payout and $40,000 payout and $80,000 payout, yet they never get cut off. There's something fishy going on there. The minute you start making big payouts, the prop firms are like, holy shit, we got to cut this guy off. I got cut off from 3 prop firms. They said, you can't trade anymore, Matt. Pushing you to live. Congratulations, you got advanced to live. It really means we're banning you from the casino. You're a card counter, you're making too much. So when you do, Lantos was made in the live account though, it wasn't in sim trading. So Lantos is a different story. Once you go live and you can you know, get as much money as you want. On the sim funded side, like when you're still getting payouts on 1099, you're gonna cap out maybe at $1 million and some change lifetime total across all the firms. And if you're like I said, people say they get payouts, but they're not telling you how much they paid in and they're not live yet, it's automatically a scam. You don't, if you're paying them more than they're paying you, they're gonna keep you there. Like the only time you go live once you finally milk them enough, they can't take the loss anymore. That's how you know you're big ballers in the space. Ask every guru you run across, how are you live with that prop firm you're trading with? If they say no, and whatever reason they say no, it's this one fact. I work for a prop firm. There's one fact. They didn't make enough money. They paid a lot more in. You just don't know about it. They're blowing up more than they're paying out. That one YouTuber, that one that was talking shit way back in the day, the one that challenged a trading contest and dodged, been trading Apex for years, posting payouts for years, never moved to live. Blows up twice a week. Well, there you go. I mean, that's the real answer. That's the real truth of the prop space. So when you guys are trading, know that the impression sold to you is that you're going to make infinity dollars in props. Keep buying them. Keep buying them, guys. Keep using my code. Keep buying them. But I'm the real one with you guys. So there's a ceiling. Even the best people walk away with maybe $1 million something after tax. That's it. The best people. And that's the best of the best in it. And you even need luck to get to that. Not only skill, but luck. So start to plan your exit. Not like props are going to be the end. You know, prop space is going to be like my key to wealth. You might make $1 million after a couple years of being good at props. Eventually you'll exhaust all of it, and the first thing you'll start thinking is, how do I make more money? You can't scale with the props. You can keep trading other props, but you're still locked into like small payouts, 5,000, 20,000 here and there. Once you start having millions of dollars to your name, that's no longer appetizing. That's why I don't trade props. You want to fight my ass off to, like, you know, juggle 40 different prop firm accounts to try home $5,000 and $10,000, $20,000 payouts. I mean, shit, last Thursday I made $134,000 in a morning. Like, I don't, so like, once you get to a certain level, you guys, I'm teaching you, question everybody, like, why aren't you moving past that? You know, everyone's still like, use my prop, use my code, and they're all not really banking. The minute somebody's banking, they're ready to trade on their own. Brian was crushing in props, and Brian moved this shit to a real account and is crushing a real account. Any smart trader, a good trader out there is doing that. Once you hit your ceiling, you know your ceiling is there. We all talk about it. Between all of us that are friends, we're like, yeah, what do you guys think about this guy? Oh, he's a total scam. Yeah, he's not live in any firm. Like, we all say that. If you're not live, you're not good. That's what all the top guys say when they talk to each other. What about S&B trading in Manhattan? No, they're the same sort of like chop shops, dude. Those Manhattan prop firms, they're no more prestigious than the ones we work with here. They're the same thing. You go there, you know, you try to earn your place, you pay for all these courses, you pay for all these lessons. They make a lot of money off of aspiring traders. That's the place that used to flaunt that Lance guy around. Because it has an office in Manhattan, somehow it's prestigious. I mean, like, nah, it's not the case. It's not Goldman Sachs. They're prop firms started by trading gurus, the same shit. They've got money. They make their money from selling courses and selling webinars. I heard to get like S&B in these places. There's some people that whistle blew on Reddit. They're like, yeah, you're paying like tens of thousands of dollars of education, hoping for your chance to trade their money. And they're like, aha, motives revealed. You know what I mean? So, not saying they're not bad. Prop space is fantastic, but it's not like what you think it is. Your goal is to make what you can make and learn to trade on your own. That's why we're here. There's no limit. There's no limit or ceiling on live. No, not at all. Simplified. There's no limit on live. There's a limit to sim funded. Let me start over. Payouts. When people say payout, payouts come from sim funded. That's what a payout is. With live, it's just a withdrawal. When you're live, you can just withdraw money whenever you want. It's not a payout. When you're live, it's a 1256. It's futures income. It's not a 1099. So when you get payout, they send you a paycheck, and it's on your 1099. So live is a totally different story. When you go live with props, it's great, but the problem with live accounts, got 3 of them, is that the prop accounts they give you are really small. They're not like $1 million accounts. You're talking like Tradeify gives you like $20,000 account. There's a contract limit and there's a daily loss limit to go with it. Like, who wants to trade with rules once you get to the big show? It's kind of silly at that point. So that's why I'm like, yeah, right, Jumar, like it's 20K of education with like VWAP and Orb and some basic shit, yeah. So just letting you guys know, prop firms are fantastic. Weren't I trading props? I'm only trading props because I have partnership agreements with props to market for them. It's like they're paying me to endorse them. That's it. And then my goal was like, well, okay, I will also just try to earn live in every prop and then throw the live account away. So I'm like the first person in the world to probably do that. To earn live with the prop, and then I traded the ETF one and the My Funded Futures one for a little bit, but then I just kind of lost interest in it. They just sit there and rot. Like literally, I earn the live account and I don't even touch it because they're a fraction of what I trade with. It's not worth, even though it's free money, it's like not really worth it. Like I take bigger losses with DLL than I do with an account with full freedom, because you hit DLL and you're done for the day. It's a hassle. Aren't you still playing someone else's account in live, so I have to pay the max tax? I don't. So for the live funds that you get, especially when it's like a split account, I forgot. This is my first year doing it, so I don't know all the answers yet, because for that, this is my first year, so I'll know once my accountant does it. But you get a 1256, so you're given like the futures gains. You're given a document that just shows you made this much money in futures. And then you just report it on your taxes. I don't know. I don't think the prop firm passes the max tax liability to you. I think it's split based on your payout split. Which broker do I trust the most to hold your live account? They're all really good. I mean, like I have AMP, I have Edge Clear, I have Ninja. They're all really good. I've had a TD Ameritrade account. That's really good. As far as futures goes, I think Ninja Trader is kind of like the gold standard these days for a broker that has a platform that has cheap commissions. But if you want the best experience and you want to just trade wherever you want through CQG, like Trade on Trading View or whatever, AMP is like the go-to. Probably for the pro traders, everyone uses AMP. Dirt cheap commissions, bare bones. They don't have a platform, nothing, but you can take your AMP account anywhere with CQG and trade it everywhere else. Ninja, you can also do the same thing. So Ninja's a little more flexible, but I would say those are probably the two best ones. AMP is like super fast. I personally like them both. Sometimes Ninja Trader will be down because their platform is down. You can't execute trades, which kind of sucks. I don't think I ever remember a day where my AMP account was down. Fastest execution, I think is what Pit Trader is saying. And that's like splitting hairs, because from the retail side, you may not notice the difference. Some of the big brokers will sell your order flow, so your fill comes in like a split second later at a different price. What is Top Step's end goal? Could you expect the other props to follow suit? Seems that they're heading another direction. Well, Top Step and other props end goal is to like increase their margins. Right now the prop space is saturated and margins are super thin because they've all like raced to create more like cheaper accounts and easier to pass accounts to like beat their competitors. It's been a market share race, but now firms don't have much leverage to where a simple gold rally can make firms like funding ticks go belly up. That's how so razor thin these margins are. Anybody that owns a prop will tell you how thin it is. Now, going forward, the way that you increase your margins is same store sales by making your customer buy more things on the way out. So the example is, well, they used to have resets and they would sell you like, you can trade 20 accounts or 5 accounts. Okay, here's another way they get you, is they're all becoming brokers so that they can charge the commission to you and make money off of your trading on top of everything else you pay them. So now the trend is the major props, not only are they giving you more things to trade, hopefully you'll pay more, but they're also becoming brokers so they can take your commission from you and increase their margins that way. All the big ones are becoming brokers. Makes sense. Give you some sauce, man. Shonky, here's the trick. Number one, you need to already have money. Number two is you have to not be afraid of losing it all. To take big heavy rolls like I do, you know, like I have a no fear approach. It's you know, it's the small folks on socials that are less than $1 million net worth that have everything to say about my trading approach. For me, I can go lose $1 million because I'm willing to lose it. Like, I don't care. I'm gonna go for it. And that no fear mentality, like I'll lose it all for a bet, is the only way I'm where I am now. And so it's kind of like, you know, to get I wouldn't, if I only had like 500K to my name, I wouldn't be trying to make 100K a day trading. You know, it's like, let me make a $100,000 account. Oh, I lost 70. Okay, put 70 back in. Oh, I lost 30. Put 30 back in. It's like, to me, that's a level I'm comfortable with. But I'm willing to lose a lot to take the risk. And so it only comes from having the capital that allows you to take that risk. And then having other income streams. Like you have a really good income stream from flipping houses. Having income stream to back it up in case you fail, right? Every day trader needs a second and third stream of income that's not trading. Every pro trader will tell you that. You take some of your money you're making and you better make a cash cow out of it. Like I said, I have 18 revenue streams right now. This year, with the 3 fitness studios and the escape room, there'll be 22. Partnership with NinjaTrader and Go Charting, that would be 24. Each one of those is a revenue stream. If 17 of my 18 revenue streams were to go belly up, I'd still be a millionaire from the one that's left. Like, that's the point. And when you get there, that's where you want to think. Once you start making money, start growing it. Start growing it away from trading. Because then you can take bigger bets and be like, you know what, let me take a big bet here. If I fail, oh well, I got 400K coming in next month. I can start over. Right? You can start playing heavier odds and higher odds, riskier bets. But if you don't have the backup, you can't take the risk. So it takes a lifetime of trading your way up bigger and then getting slightly bigger and slightly bigger, then taking another risk. Okay, let me buy into this business. Okay, phew, that's successful. Let me buy into this one. Oh, it didn't work out. Okay, let me buy into this one. And then it's like every year, the income gets slightly bigger and slightly bigger and slightly bigger. And now the size of the bets I make are a fraction of my monthly income. So what may appear to be like, oh my God, Matt's gambling, Matt's swinging big. It's not. This is like where I stand and where you guys should stand is each time you get bigger, try to figure out a way to create revenue sources for yourself so that you can trade big. Nobody out there just trades big all or nothing with nothing else in the back. Your big traders that are trading big, that are making, somebody said you make your monthly salary in a day. I make your monthly salary in a day from every other thing too, not just trading, right? So trading is, when you get really good at trading, you'll realize that trading becomes your secondary income. It's never your primary. It's your primary when it's all you do, but once you start getting better, smart people turn their trading gains into other consistent gains. You know, get yourself a million EBITDA business that you own 20% of, and then you get a cash cow for life. You know, with 40%, 40% margins on a business pulling in $1 million a year. You know, you're getting hundreds of thousands of dollars just, whatever your percent was, $100,000 every year, just paycheck. And then buy into another thing, then buy into another thing, then buy into another thing. And then slowly but surely, now you got a bankroll and you can trade bigger. But it's always a fraction. It's always a fraction of like what you're actually worth that you'll see somebody trading. There's a lot of social media people exhaust. They're trading every penny they have to look as big as they can. It's not just like, don't think Matt's just sitting here just gambling every penny he's got. I mean, y'all saw me in December when I took a hit. I was like, oh, this fucking sucks. Hold on. Let me put 70K back in. It's like, I'm in the range of that's where I'm okay with comfortably trading. Make sure you regret the time you wasted on Soy Boy, Matt Kors, and others. I just think that there's a lot of industry is just people that have got to oh, let's do a giveaway, guys. I love y'all to death. Let's do some giveaways. We always do giveaways every day. Hold on one second. All right, let's do a giveaway. Start with our ETF account. You guys know the drill. We're gonna start off with ETF as always. Like the bot is still in Spanish. What? All right, so let me ask a question. We said this is such good info, super smart plans. Treat trading like a business. I always tell people, trading should never be your only source of income. It's too stressful. You can't have it all riding on one bet. That's not smart investing. And inside, if you have $5,000 account, what's the biggest trade you would take if you have a drawdown of 250? I have a drawdown of 250, $5,000 account with a drawdown of 250. So, I'm trading NASDAQ, for example. One micro is 80 bucks every 40 points. I'd be trading 3 micros on NASDAQ at the most, 5 micros at most on the S&P. I would go for 40 point stops NASDAQ and 10 point stops S&P. 40 points on 3 micros is $240. 40 points on 5 micros, sorry, 10 points on 5 micros on S&P is $250. So to repeat, the way I would trade, $5,000 with 250 drawdown. So I would trade 3 micros in Q. Oops, micro in Q, that's micros. And then 5 micro ES. I'd go for 10 point stops. This I'd go for 40 point stops. That's for 1 trade a day. If you want to do 2 trades a day, cut that in half. 1 trade will stop. Good question. I think in position sizing, you're smart. Like that's the hardest part in day trading is figuring out your position size. Like that's where most people fail, is they don't position. Like one of our main tenets we teach in our trading classes is, and guys, if you ever take our boot camp, by the way, some people will tell you it's the best thing they've ever done in their life. I don't mentor traders. I don't sell personal coaching. We have a trading boot camp that's like a group class we do, and it's only $20 for 20 classes. So it's $1 a class. We basically teach for free. I don't make $1 off of that, by the way. All that money just goes to the company and pays people salaries and stuff. Check song submissions. All right, baby. Let's check it up. What do we got? Holy crap. We got a whole bunch of new songs. Brother. Hold on. Wait, Keith got another song up here. Hold on. Wait, whose song do you want me to check out though? Hold on. Mathesh. Mathesh, wait, which song? Oh, playing from 1 minute till the end? Hold on. I'll have to listen to it off stream because you're a new person to the group and I don't know if I'm going to play something and get the YouTube banned. I've been trolled a couple of times that way. Is somebody... He's not saying anything that'll get me banned. I don't know the language. I like the song though. Is somebody that speak Is that Hindi? Anybody here speak Hindi? It's a movie song. Yeah, like I can't play. Yeah. I can't play copyright music. Yeah. Sorry about that. That was clearly German. Yeah, I can't play copyright stuff. Else I'd play it. I wouldn't get banned. They would just copyright strike the video. Oh yeah, this is Keith's other song. He made a video about it. Breach detected. I love this song. Here we go. Hold up. Full ported on a Friday. Thought I had the perfect side trade. Now I'm staring at a closed gate. If you can't play copyright, just play copy left. I never thought of that. Keith made a video to his song, dude. I love it. Another breach detected, subject line cut like a blade through my chest. Every dream I projected, that's cool. Just numbers just never reset. Failing all these levels like I'm speed running lessons I don't get yet. Another breach detected, but I still hit by when they say disconnect. Oh, it cut off. I like it though. Oh shoot, I gotta fix this. All right, I'll get busy today. Learn trading. These songs, you have to find them at our Discord in the song submission channel, under the fun stuff category. Full port on a Friday. So I guess we have an hour left until wait a minute. We close now? No, wait. Oh, it's 11. Yeah, we still have an hour left. Okay, learn trading. Okay. We'll do another fun to next one. Yeah. Sorry, man, I can't play like the copyright stuff. I'd love to play it though.
It's a beautiful day for a giveaway. Let's make some trades. Your trades got A's, so I'll just make 10K. I got a degree from Rocket School to University. Yeah, you look like you got a small PPP. Let's see that P now. Whip it out, whip it out, whip it out, whip it out, whip it out. Whip it out, 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 whip it out. Let's see that P now. Whip it out, whip it out, whip it out, whip it out, whip it out. Let's see that P now.
Type something in chat to claim your prize, man.
Whip it out. Let's go. Hobbies trade. You work at Taco Bell. You're just a little dog. P&L matches batching the trade. You batching the trade. Wallet fatter. P&L neat. I got a degree from Rocket School to University. Let's see that P now. Whip it out, whip it out, whip it out, whip it out, whip it out. Whip it out, 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 whip it out. Let's see that P now. Whip it out, whip it out, whip it out, whip it out, whip it out.
That P&L, whip it out, whip it out, whip it out. Mike, bro, your songs are hilarious, dude. All right. There are a couple more good ones out there. Marky.
These boredom trades, they always blow me away. Returning, price keeps retracing back. These ADHD thoughts and hollow trades, they always fail me.
Mark. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. Sorry, Mark. So we see what happens after the market halt opens. We'll have the same pivots tomorrow. That's the thing. Tomorrow, same exact pivots. Monthly hedge pressure. So be careful. We got 6840 S&P. We'll watch for that one. If it breaks, then obviously it gets the downside of the market. MNQ. I forget you guys keep using rocket seater code everywhere you go. The more code, the more times you use our code, the more prop accounts we give away from our partners. I love when y'all use our code. Oh, when I draw on this? Bobby 182. Got these three. We'll get this in the ETF today, so don't forget, check out our prop deals with our partners. Best prop deals in the space. You get them here, nowhere else. Promise. Nowhere else ever. Just us. Oh, seriously though, jokes aside. The best deals here. I've been to futures currently running 25K flex for new users for $49. Their flex account is one of the highest ranking accounts in our prop scoring model. Very good. The flex account is their same day payout or daily payout account. Isn't that the one? Hold on, wait. Am I wrong? No, wait. Flex is the. No, the flex is like the core. My bad. Flex is like core. I'm confusing Bolt and Flex. Sorry. Flex is like core. It's a $5,000 payout on a 5-day plan. Bolt with Funded Next, thank you, is the same day payout, which is $99 for Funded Next Bolt, which is actually pretty cool going on there. You got your statics are 77% off with ETF right now, 40% off Tradify, 150K Select, which is kind of neat, 30% off everything else there. Apex is running 80% off. Lucid is 40% off. TPT is 40% off. Futures Desk 60% off, but 75 their statics, which is good. Phidias, obviously, same they have for a while. 60% off their accounts there. Phidias, all the code Rock Security, you guys know the drill. Use that. Obviously, come back, sub to the channel. Which props are currently trading with? As deals. So I work with my funded futures. Funded Next, take profit. So must be fully transparent FCC regulation to let you know I have financial incentive to represent and feature these companies. So obviously giveaways are sponsored by our prop partners as well. That's the rapid. Yeah, I got them confused. All right, I'm done for the day. I don't know how much this was, but kind of nice. Feels good. Building. How to claim the account? All right, go to my Discord. Link is in the description below the video. Number one, you have to sub to the channel. Number 2, click the like button, of course. Number 3, go to my Discord. Link is in the description below. Go to the contest channel in the Discord. Message an admin named Slacks with a picture of your YouTube ID, screenshot. Have an account with our partners already, and that way we can get it to you quicker. If not, we'll tell you how to do it. And then if you have an account already, give the email address to our admin. His name is Slacks, the leader in the Discord, and they'll hook you up. Too many firms change it. Yeah, there's so many rapids and flexes, and I start to get them a little tongue-tied when it comes to them. All right. Market is dead. When we open, just be careful when we open, the market doesn't move. 6840 is a strong support on the S&P, as you see today. It's supporting. This is still all Tuesday trading session, so the market's going to halt in a second, right around lunchtime, and be done. After that, then we've got nothing else really to think about until tonight. But I'm going to tell you, follow my thesis. You're going to see it for yourself, okay? When gold is selling and Bitcoin is selling, the index is going to sell with it. We're squeezed like that at this point in time. If you're wanting to short and you see that Bitcoin and gold are rallying, I'm starting to notice that the market doesn't fall as hard. The mechanism of making things fall is the liquidity issues. So there's firms caught upside down in some of these trades. That's what's causing things to pull back. Gold down, Bitcoin down, index down. They're all hand in hand right now. It's not people rotating money, it's getting people squeezed. There's rotation of money. You see down and up and down and up, but the 30-day correlation of these assets is very high compared to the 180-day. You see it on the correlation table. Because of that, you can see that there's not a healthy rotation. It's just people getting squeezed to cash because everything's selling off. Keep that in mind. That should be forefront of your thesis going forward. Once this market done selling, when one of these, when either stocks, crypto, or gold stabilizes. Do we give data for YM and RTY? Dominic, you buy data through your broker. So yes, you can purchase data packages from your broker. It just tunnels into our platform, kind of like TradingView. If you ever swing trade, I do Smithy, but only with options. And I always talk about like the conditions I do it in. It's rare. When the market sells really, really, really hard, I'd love to do options. How low do I think NQ will go by the time it's done by the end of March? 23,000. Maybe slightly lower. I don't think we get that. I think this is what we breach at the worst. The worst case scenario, I think we breach that. I think we maintain this equilibrium and we maintain this as a starting point. And this is where we make that, right about here. The market's still too bullish. It's a liquidity crisis. Not everybody's selling. VIX isn't going through the roof, so you can tell that everybody's getting squeezed. So you get your pockets of liquidity are basically there and there in your previous high. I don't think we take out previous high. I think that, you know, we fight, and we're here. And that's about it. We breach it a minute, and then that's it. Then we slowly crawl back up. Then we get here, and it tries to sell again, and then it fights around, and by the end of the year, we're breaking highs. It's my thought. As long as conditions don't change. And why is it not crashing harder? I mean, if unemployment keeps getting worse, then maybe. You get starting to see massive layoffs could scare this market further than that. 23,000 on NASDAQ. so far everything's still kind of holding in there. Economic data is good, earnings is good. So next quarter earnings is the most important thing. Next quarter earnings starts to fail further, then it's gonna be kind of bad. This quarter earnings was all pretty good though, across the board. Nothing was really bad. And data is good. All economic data is good. Macro data is great. It still supports a healthy market. People just have run out of money. They've longed to the top, and now certain things are selling because of profit taking. It's just limiting people's ability to maneuver. That's the only reason I can not continue to go higher. Oh yeah, also what happens with Iran? Yeah, that could cause some more scares to the downside. True, very true. Uncertainty around that and stuff. Holiday season was yeah, like really strong, right, Sean? Like super strong. I honestly didn't expect earnings to come out beating expectations as much as it did. I thought it'd be like a mixed bag, but most days you look, most companies were beating earnings and then still selling off. I mean, that's what tells me liquidity crisis, right? Unless there's some looming bear data that I haven't been able to isolate and figure out. But I mean, it could just be layoffs are going to get stronger and people are kind of getting out of the way of it. But I mean, you can tell the good earnings, things popped and people sold. So that's telling you the people's patience of this current level of the market. It's got to come down. We can see it. Alrighty, y'all. Time to get out of here. I'm done. Do I have informative and valuable stream, man? Accountable, factual, business-oriented, great work. Hey, thank you, Multi. Appreciate that. Great insight. Not a paid client. Nor do I know him personally. Strict feedback. Oh, thank you. Appreciate that. I've gone through my phases in life, you know, through like, you know, going to school, having a job, becoming a trader, then becoming a businessman, then becoming a trader and a businessman. And then like through all my growth in life personally, I've gained so much wisdom through fire, like trial by fire. It's like I don't have mentors and I don't have coaches. I kind of like jump into something, figure it out, do it all wrong, fuck it up, learn from my mistake, come back stronger, repeat. And all through life has been like that. And I've not been afraid to take risks. Like I said, I told you earlier, I've not been afraid to lose it all because I know I can rebuild it. I think that comes from having like confidence in yourself and believing that you can accomplish anything. I'm not afraid to take a risk and fail and get back up. People can heckle me, people can talk bad. Doesn't bother me. I take a little hits on the challenge account at the start. Little prop traders out there heckling you, don't bother me. I know I'll come back strong. I know it. I have so much faith and belief in myself. So that's led me to where I am now. So when you guys are getting your training, don't be afraid to take risks. Don't be afraid to, if you believe in yourself and you lose it all you gotta tell yourself is, with enough time, I'll get it back. And you can really move in life. Right, Candles, bro. Have a good day, man. I'll talk to you later, my amigo. You got the 20-day course? Yeah, you can ask him here, Tahir. I'll hang around for a little bit and chat with you guys if y'all want. The 20-day class is usually live. In March, we do them live. So at the end of March, I'm going to be there doing them live, usually answer questions. But in the meantime, you can watch the videos of the past boot camp. And I can answer your questions here in the stream, whatever you got. MK, yeah. If you're not getting your giveaway accounts and they're still fucking around, just get Andrew to get you something else. Whatever you want, just pick something. Indexes selling and Bitcoin selling, gold climbing, indexes are chopping. Yeah, that's kind of what you're seeing right now, right? There's a lot of people afraid to continue to press in the market. It just feels like everybody's holding steady in the stocks and only selling when they're forced to. And taking what little money they have left and trying to stay in gold as much as they can. But with gold pulling back, people got hit and slapped twice, especially if they were exposed to Bitcoin. So now I think a firm that was heavy in Bitcoin and gold have no recourse but to sell some stock to hang in there while things are selling off. See you later, Bourbon. Have a good week. Have a good holiday, mate. But yeah, post your question. I'm here for you, man. What you got for me to hear? Is that what I made today? Yeah. My 4 funded next accounts are the 4 at the top. So here, yeah. So I just take a final screen cap of everything I've made. I trade props off screen. I only trade 2 of them. Funded next. These are 100K legacies. This is TPT. It's a mix of 50Ks and 150Ks. I'll add all 50Ks at the start, but I busted some of them and I bought 150Ks. And then this is my $1 million challenge personal account. So that's the one that 343,000 in it. This one made 3709. The 5 TPTs all made money, and the funded next 3 of the 4 made money. One of them stopped out last night on that. Yeah. Do I copy trade? I know I don't copy trade. No, dude. I teach how to make money not copy trading. If you spread your risk out, you're gonna make more in the props. It's almost guaranteed. The odds are so heavy against you when you're prop trading with all these rules they give you to nail the trade and get them all right. You're gonna blow up so much. You're guaranteed at least one of your accounts to make money if you spread out your bet. And it usually offsets the loss of all the other ones. If you have 5 accounts and you spend $1,000 and 4 of them blow up and 1 of them doesn't because you spread it out, the one of them usually makes more than $1,000 to pay off all the losses you've had. You copy trade all of them, you pick the wrong spot. That's all a total loss. So copy trading is something I preach against if you actually want to make money in props. The people that you emulate who copy trade or that you watch that copy trade and say they make a lot, they're hiding mass amounts of blowups from you. So here, what do you got? Quick question. Are the ROI automatically drawn the tool? Not yet. There's a mathematical sort of hurdle because it's partially subjective. That one technique is the one that's not automated because it's subjective, right? You're looking for something on a chart. So it's hard to automate. And we have this kind of standing challenge. I told anybody in the chat if they can come up with some code, like somewhat AI-based code or something that can recognize the pattern, I'll buy it from them for 10 grand and put it in the platform. I had some mathematical roadblocks that can't be exact. I get about like 80% of them identified, but I still miss a lot of them. So I haven't automated it yet. It's still manual, but the technique's pretty easy to do. You watch the class. How much you props typically downsize you move funded live account? They limit you only a couple minis. Yeah, all of that, right? An example, Tradeify's is pretty rigid. Once you make like 80K or at any point before, they can choose to move you to live discretionarily. If you make 80K, they automatically push you to live. You get $100,000 they give you total. So it's a mix and match. What you took home as a payout plus the amount they give you in the live equals 100. They pushed me live early at like 77,000, gave me $23,000 rinky-dink live account with 2 contract trading or something like that, and a 2,000 something, I don't know, DLO. That's why you never hear me talk about them. I just want to earn the live just to show off that I milked the prop firm and brag about it. And that's my limit there. I get the live and I'm not like, yay, $20,000 to trade with. So most of the prop firms are all that way though. I'm not making fun of any one of them. The live account programs are just very, it's almost like it's there for regulatory hurdle, I feel like, you know what I mean? It's a carrot dangled in front of your face and you get there and the prize is like, you know, womp womp. Can I go over my stash priorities and arc raiders? Yeah, so I keep like, so I run Venators, right? That's my main gun. So I keep, it's magnets are part of it. I have to actually refresh myself on it. I mostly run like the not the Vita shots, but I run the bandages. Depends on how much of the plant I have that goes into it, but like the square bandages like that. I keep those and a Vita spray on me so that I can heal with the bandage and spray on top of it. And then I run the blue shield rechargers And I get all that from fighting Matriarch and Queen. So I go fight the Queen and Matriarch, and then after everybody like loots the stuff and they leave all like the arc pieces there, you can just pick up all the scraps and have infinite number of that. I have Bobcats as a secondary, but I've been running the shotgun lately. So essentially all I really prioritize is like gathering springs and advanced electrical components and mechanical components. Like I collect all that stuff so I can build and upgrade the guns. And then I always go on runs to collect simple gun parts and seeds. So I spend all my seeds buying springs. Like every time the spring lady is done, I buy max springs, and then I get the rest of it. I'll buy whatever gun parts I need so that I can upgrade light, medium, or heavy just to gear out my guns. So I keep like, I think right now I've got, since I just cleared out for the reset, at any given point in time, I probably have like 6 matriarch cores and maybe, sorry, 3 to 6 matriarch and queen cores each, just so I can craft the weapons for that. And then I keep maybe like I throw out all of my fabric since I rarely use it. I don't collect fabric. I collect as much plastic as I can and as much chemicals as I can for making ammo. So I usually keep about like 4 or 5 plastic and chemicals, and then like, 5 metal maybe. 5 sacks of secret grenades and showstoppers. There we go. Secret grenades are baby. I obviously don't keep any attachments sitting idle. I put all my attachments and all the guns to save space. I don't keep any spare augments except for one, which is I have a heavy shield one, and then I have the survivor, the Mark III survivor, the one that has the 3 safe stashes. So I always have one of those, and I have one defensive heavy one. That way I can run the heavy shield when I run queen. And that's it. And I don't ever keep the shields either. So I'll destroy or scrap the shield to save that one slot. But I don't like to remake the augments left and right. Do I shoot players a lot? I do kind of now, yeah. When I first started playing, I did PvE only so I can grind out as fast as possible. But then I started getting bored, and now I'm just like, I basically am forced in the PvP lobbies now. So every time I go in, every person always shoots at you, so. I think, yeah, yo, Charlie, I think we might be trading down and knocking out some of those red lines lower. I think so, yeah. Steven, yeah, thanks for being here, man. Appreciate you. Who's Andrew? Yeah, Andrew's Slacks' real name. His parents didn't name him Slacks as much as we call him that. Yeah, live is the final stage if we don't want you trading with us anymore. Yeah, I mean, live is we're gonna ban you. Here's a sticker for your prize. It's like okay, you're done. Oh, you sit at the high rollers table. No, you can't. But we'll let you play at this penny slot machine now. It's really a shadow ban, or not shadow. It's a soft ban, which is basically what it is. And it is what it is, right? You start winning from the casino, they're gonna cut you off, and you have to just go into the prop industry knowing that's what it is. And plan around it. Be smart about it. Let me see. So wait, before I go, yeah, I want y'all to help me out with real quick, because I am actually, speaking of arc raiders, I have a question because I'm now about to reset. Is the reset window open, or is it not live yet? And should I just grind out as much of the blueprints as I can now while I have my gear, or just reset without them and then try to grind them? Like, should I grind them now, then put them in a side account and then give them to myself later? Or is it more fun just to start over with minimal and go after it again when the reset cooldown ends? Okay. So many changes happening right now that I think Properns will eventually eliminate the sim to eval stage. I 100% agree, Pitt. I don't think that that's the step they're going to go towards, but that is the final destination when regulation changes things. If regulation were to change the prop space, then the answer is exactly what you said. Everything about prop firms is legal. The only portion that is questionable is the sim funded stage. It's a legal loophole and therefore it's legal. But the loophole could always close one day. Then prop firms can't do anything other than eliminate the sim funded step. That would be the answer. If regulation were to change things, then they would get rid of sim funded and you would just basically trade eval with a shot to go live, which makes them exactly like a prop firm in Manhattan, like a real one. Would they choose to do that on their own? I don't think they'll choose to do that on their own because part of the allure of the prop firm is getting paid quick. That's how they sell the idea. If it was like, yeah, go through 5, 6, 7, 8 stages, then maybe we'll give you some funded money to trade with. People might be so excited. So if they were to say, all right, y'all want to see my inventory? I'll show y'all real quick. If they were to say like, so I'm about to reset. So look, I've got, oh, I have 1.5 million. I thought I had closer to 2. Well, I have 1.5 and then I have maybe like some stash rate. So I almost clear everything out. So tell me if I'm doing this right. Okay. I'm at projects. I'm at expedition. I put in everything but here because I was scared to go forward. So I got to put in provisions. So I got to go play some what's the one that drops lush blooms or whatever? I wonder if they have lush blooms going on right now. No, they don't. Here's my inventory. I don't have much left because I scrapped it all. But I keep like a handful of matriarch reactors, handful of queen cores. This is for the equalizer. I use this. I don't really play the Aphelion as much, but I keep a couple of those just in case. I keep like a line of Exodus modules as much as I can for Bobcats. I keep magnetic accelerators to make equalizers. An equalizer really is just a thing to keep farming more equalizers. It's not really like a high value gun, like a loaded out Bobcat's worth more. But I need to have at least enough to churn out 2 or 3 of them in case I get PvP'd. Because the queen is like a money making machine. I get all my extra arc stuff for that. Like the advanced arc cells, I get that, which is how I get my shield rechargers and stuff. So I usually try to have like a line of these. I try to have this guy right here so I can do the augments. I don't normally keep this much energy, but I was actually stocking up yesterday for the queen. I usually keep a single line at most of explosive compound, and I always take my light explosive and convert it as much as I can. Because I don't really make anything from here. Secret grenades maybe sometimes. But I basically just do wolf packs so I can go loot like rocketeers and stuff. So I use all my explosives for wolf packs. I very rarely do anything else. I keep as many gun parts as I can find and I never get rid of them. I buy as many springs as I can buy with all my money and my seeds. I'll do a seed run every once in a while, and every time the lady loads me some more springs, I buy all of them that I can. A second priority is the mulene, whatever you say it, and the third priority is oil, if I need it, which is rare, because that makes the explosive compound. I usually don't go through that as quick. But first priority, second priority, and third priority, I'll just be buying gun parts.
At the end of the day, you can't eat corn.
That's basically all I do. And I basically never, my inventory is never really completely full. I keep a row of batteries for energy ammo. I usually keep like a row or 2 of arc alloy, but I immediately convert it. And then, like I said, I usually get rid of all of my cloth. I got like a shit ton of blueprints I got to get rid of. Remove to my new character. But I keep a lot of plastic and that's it. That's my inventory management. You run the green tier bandage, blue tier shield rechargers. You mean this one right here? Boom, yeah. So either like herbal bandage or sometimes I'll do the sterilized. It just depends, but this is a little more expensive to make. Because you get 5 seconds of healing every 10 seconds, and this one you get 3.5 seconds of healing every 10 seconds. It heals less. But if I run the herbal bandage plus a Vita spray, then you can double up on your healing. You do the same? There you go. Yeah, I run 5 adrenaline shots. Sometimes if I'm in PvP lobbies, I use my shield charger. When I'm doing like a PvE run, I usually only take like 2 shield chargers just in case I get killed. I don't really need much. And then I could field craft the green ones by killing the little roly-polies. You can get the you could basically craft the green ones on the fly if I need them. So I'll just run into a building and craft them if I need it. These guys are here. So I'll run like 2 of these in PvE, 5 in PvP, 5 adrenaline shots. If I'm running with a key card to like some place with a really like a really good key, like a purple key or something, I'll augment. I'll bring a door blocker. Like if I'm running City Hall on Buried City or something, or Town Hall, I'll bring a door blocker. Other than that, I'll just always carry a zip line with me. I usually have a hook as well, zip hook, but I've since gotten rid of all of them for the reset. So I usually keep one of those in my safe pocket. Day gaming with Matt, there you go. But yeah, this is it. I usually don't keep a lot of deadlines either. I don't like to use them that much. But if I do, you know, I collected these because I killed somebody the other day and he had a bunch of these on him. It's gonna sound so bad, but there was a guy that well, I'm sure you guys all do this. We were all fighting the queen on Harvester, and there was a guy who I saw that was like, you know, looting all the stuff. And so I aggroed, like he was ratting all the leg parts. And so I aggroed a bunch of, you know, hornets and wasps. And I ran over to like where he was outside behind one of the leg pieces. And I aggroed and like ran over to him, and then I kind of snuck away and he drew the aggro. And then he got killed. And I was like, come here, bro. I was like, I got a defib. And he walks all the way to me, and I'm like, oh crap, I don't have a defib. Wait, hang in the Harvester. Let me go find somebody to get you a defib. And I ran out and he died. I ran back in. I looted his body. And the guy had like 3 cores on him. Like, you know what I'm talking about? Like the guys that run around and don't do any of the work and just take all the loot. I didn't want to get flagged for the PvP, so I let the game kill him. He was ratting the loot. If you're gonna rat the loot, you take 1 piece and that's it. If you take more than 1 piece, you're being greedy. I'm gonna let people be greedy in my lobby. I was like, yeah, come on, I have one. So I wasted all his health bar to crawl back into the Harvester. But pretty good strat. I mean, come on now. But then I became the rat because then I ended up with all of them, but that's okay. But that was because I have an equalizer on me, dude. I'm knocking those leg pieces off. Guys running around looting them. I thought about frying him, but the problem is if you fry somebody in that event, all the PvE kids get mad and they all gang up on you and kill you. So you gotta be smart about it. You know what I'm saying? Social engineered? Yeah, probably. Probably so. But as far as inventory goes, I basically, it depends on what I'm doing, but most of my inventory is usually like a third of my inventory is usually guns. Like I'll have maxed out. Like I basically am always building guns. I have like, before I did the reset and gave all my stuff away, I had like maybe 2 rows of fully kitted out Venators, 2 rows of fully kitted out level 4 anvils, a row of fully kitted out Toro, and then I had like 2 rows of fully kitted out Bobcat, which I stopped taking out because I'm having more success with the freaking green shotgun than I am with the Bobcat, and the Bobcat's so expensive. It's almost like annoying to take it with you. Especially if people hear you with one, they're gonna hunt you down, so I started running around with the shotgun more than anything. But that's what I have, so I'll have like all those guns, and that's mostly what it is. But yeah, I think the most valuable item in the game that you want to collect as much as you can is springs. You can never have too much of those things, and you can't craft them, so you're kind of throttled on how many you can produce. When I'm running runs, I never keep cloth. I'll keep, sometimes if I'm running a quick run, I'll keep a stack of plastic and a stack of chemicals. And then I'll leave spaces open to collect everything that has springs so I can break them down. That way I don't salvage them, but I break them, I recycle them when I get back. So like the springy cushions and the accordions and stuff. I just always seem to always be needing springs. That's my limit. Because some of the gear that you make requires mod components which are built from springs and then springs on top of it. You're like Spring City. You can, yeah, so I go on it like every once in a while. I'll do a Stella seed run so that I can just get like 200 or 300 seeds, and I just buy the springs straight from the vendor. Every time she refreshes, I buy a full stack of seeds. And then sometimes, like if I get a good spawn over at the Galleria on Buried City, then I'll do the plant run for the Moulin or however you say it. But if I don't have enough of that, then that's like the second thing I buy at the seeds. You get a good seed run on Stella, you get like a couple hundred seeds in one go. Every refresh, you buy out all the Moulin, all the springs, and always get the Hullcracker deadline and zip lines. Really? Oh, well, you buy those with cash. Yeah. Those are good cash buys. Hullcracker's a good cash buy. Oh, yeah, I always have like 1 or 2 Hullcrackers too. Maybe, usually 1, but sometimes I'll end up with the second one if I kill somebody. I have one. Bum, bum, bum. All right, market's gonna be closing in about 18 minutes, guys. I think I'm done. I might play some Ark or something, maybe in a little bit. Are there any shorts or puts you're eyeing with this crash? Honestly, I'm just shorting every pop. In a self market like this, every time the market pops, I look for places to short from. So I look for like, greater spanning pivots that are bigger. In this example, 871 was a short pop that I got overnight that I traded off of. So we'll have the same. Actually, you know what? I will redo the calculations tonight because I'll subtract a day's worth of theta and I can shift. I'll give you guys new hedge pressures today. So we'll have some before market opens. So we'll have another pivot to play from. Any Apex runs? I haven't played Apex in a while. Probably since Battlefield came out. Am I going to stream Ark? I don't know, man. New season the same. I heard that Apex, they got rid of the now you drop from the plane again instead of like the assigned spots. Did they get rid of that? Is what I heard. Yeah, POI drops are gone. And then because people were getting like shitty, people were crying because they got shitty loot spots. And now there's like breakable windows or something. I saw some videos on it. So if you're diamond or above, there's POI drops. Okay. That's better. Yeah, because like games are taking so long, man. I used to remember where like half the lobby get eliminated because everyone would like jump in and start punching each other at that one spot. And then you're already like RP positive in the first minute of the game. And the game lasts like 7 minutes long. This is like what Apex Glory. That's when I used to have the most fun playing Apex. When you just like fall on that landing. That's good that they brought that back. POI drop is like you have like this thing where you would just spend like the first 5 minutes just looting and then you go into your first battle and die or something, and then it's like it's such a slow game. Yeah, and then POI is like 12 squads in the last ring. Yeah, exactly, right? Yeah, that's what, and I hated the way the game was balanced that way. The last, like, it's kind of fun when the last ring is like, the last 5 teams or something. It's so much more strategic rather than like 4 or 5 teams fighting over the same building with a caustic and castle inside of it. It's so toxic, right? I hated the way it played out. With so many teams in the last ring and the freaking healing caustic lifeline, Newcastle, Gibby meta, freaking 10 people clustered in a building. Every floor of the building has a team on it, with caustic traps everywhere. It got a little goofy last season. Yeah. Yeah. 5 teams better than 3 third parties. Yeah. Like you in the final ring, you'd be like, oh, let's go third party that group. And then somebody third party you and somebody third party them and somebody third party them. So you basically were forced to put a Caustic on your team and maybe like a Watson or something, like somewhere you can just know where the rings were and just camp until the end and get a good spot and save all your ults. It got goofy last season. It was really ridiculous. I started maining Lifeline, which I don't do that often, but got easier. Minus 25 points in the last ring. I know, dude. I know. I found out like the least, I think it's like the season, last couple seasons was the least ranked I ever got. I didn't even make it to Diamond. I couldn't get there because I wasn't playing with the team. I was solo queuing, but I couldn't get enough RP per game. My team would usually be shitty. We would get wiped pretty quick. And I would just like break even most games. Yeah. Did I play Hardline? I actually never played Battlefield Hardline. You're maining Ashe now? Ashe is solid. Ashe is solid for like a solo queuer. You're a Pathy and a Mirage main? Mirage is good. Mirage is always solid for a solo player too. You got auto close? You thought it was open till 11? I think they do what they normally do is probably 10 or 15 minutes before the halt. The props probably liquidate. Yeah, I mained like Gibby for the longest time at the first, and then I started playing my brain just stopped working. What the heck? I started playing so I did Gibby for a while and I started playing Bangalore. I mained Bangalore for the longest time. I think in season 1 I was playing what's his face? The guy with the Ravens. I always forget his name. Bloodhound. I played him for a little bit in the earlier years, but I went from him basically to Gibby, then I played Bangalore for the longest time. And then I switched from Bangalore to playing Valkyrie when she came out. And then I started playing Valkyrie for a while. I mained that. And then I mained Alter back in the season where, you know, Alter was hot and you could put the little portals everywhere. But then after that, I switched to Lifeline. That's kind of my current go-to. But I don't play anymore, really. I go through like periods where I'll play Apex for like a year and then I don't play it for a year. Loba main forever. Loba's chill. TVT will kill your accounts if you don't close before then. Ooh, don't forget to close your accounts, guys. Dude, I tried to main Octane for a little bit. I was like, I want to get good at Octane. I can never get good at Octane. I need a slippery character that can get into trouble and get out of trouble quick. Like, you know, with Octane, you're kind of screwed. Like, you can run away, but man, you can't. As fast as he is, you still are kind of like in the open. At least with Gibby, I got a bubble. Lifetime, I got Lifeline, I got shield. With Alter, I can go through the wall. Bangalore, I got the smoke. Bangalore is the best character to get out to engage in fights and just slip away. Bang is the best. That's like the best character to engage in fights with. Her or Sparrow. Sparrow is also one of the better engagement. With Sparrow, you're kind of also in the open too a little bit. All right, y'all, let's get out of here. I'll see y'all tomorrow. Obviously, y'all have a good day. Trade safe. We'll have new dynamic calcs tonight. And And then it'll be new levels. So it'll be the same data, but it recalculates it based on the new Greeks. Like the theta changes and stuff. So they'll shift slightly. Yeah, we'll get them. We'll see y'all tomorrow.